Heyo! What is up? Welcome back to the channel. No countdown timer tonight. We are just jumping straight into this thing. Merry Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas Eve. Hope you all are having a nice week and a holiday period. The plan was to jump into Arc Raiders tonight. But alas, the servers are down. The servers are down. Code red. Code red. So I waited a bit just to see if they were going to come back on before we went live. And they're still down. I'm just going to click retry just one more time here while we're live too. But the servers have been down for a while, and I know there's an update coming tomorrow, or I guess at 3 a.m. tonight/tomorrow morning. I don't know if that's the reason why. I don't think that's the reason why, because I heard the Epic game servers were down as well. So it might be sort of a more global outage. But I just decided to come on. Let's go live. And I put it there in the stream title. What I actually want to do tonight is to react to the Arc development documentary. I saw Scotty was playing this on his channel, and I saw one of the episodes, or some of one of the episodes, but missed the other ones when he was playing through those, reacting to those while we were streaming. And so I figured, you know what, with the servers down, least we can do is react to that documentary. There's 3 episodes out right now. I don't know if those are the only 3 coming. And as we can see, servers still seem to be down, not connecting. So let's hop in. We'll watch this right now. These 3 episodes, they're about an hour long total. So this, in theory, could buy us maybe an hour for Arc servers to get back on, and then maybe after we watch through these, we can maybe actually get some rating in after this. So all right, let's do it. I'm gonna go. Let's see. I have my other screen up. We are on the right display. Let me pull this up here and make that visible. Perfect. Okay, and this is the doc. So this is on Arc Raiders YouTube channel, in case you're interested. I also we'll watch through some of this stuff too. But I have this pulled up here too, Arc Raiders Lore. And there are a couple, like these maybe 3 documentaries that I wouldn't, or YouTube videos. I mean, these 2 are pretty short, 11 minutes long. This one's a bit longer, but I wouldn't mind also going through and reacting to those as well. But we can start with the actual development documentary of the game. I think that sounds fun. So, all right. We're going to jump into it. I'm going to drop the lo-fi out of the back. And if anyone does trickle into this stream and notices that the servers come back up, feel free to say hi in live chat and let us know. We'll still probably, unless they come back literally within the next 5 minutes, I think we'll still watch through the documentary in full, and then we'll head over there, but will be good to know. So all right, the other thing I'm gonna have to check is is this episode 1? Episode 1. Okay, cool. My audio. So I think I need to change my settings, monitor and output. Okay, I think you guys can hear this now, but I'm going to mute and take a quick listen.
Capital of Sweden, a country in Northern Europe that's been punching well above its weight in terms of games development for quite a while.
Stockholm is the home of Embark Studios, the creators of Arc Raiders, and for the past few years I've been documenting the development of this game. But while most games change over the course of development, the story of Arc Raiders is a unique one. Because not only has this game changed dramatically, but the original version of the game that was shown to the public no longer exists. And ever since it was first shown, the internet has been asking one question. What exactly happened to that version of the game?
Sounds good. Let me know.
When the Arc Raider teaser trailer was first shown to the world at the Game Awards in 2021, it was a very different game. You see, back then it was being pitched as a co-op PvE experience with players able to jump high and run across a wide open map, working together to defeat massive machines.
And by the way, we're gonna pause and talk through some of the stuff too, and not just playing this thing all the way through. So some of the stuff I knew, some of it I didn't know, but did he just say the original version that they were building for Arc Raiders was a solely PvE game, no PvP?
In 2021, it was a very different game. You see, back then it was being pitched as a co-op PvE experience.
Co-op PvE, interesting. So almost kind of like more Helldivers from what I've heard.
Players able to jump high and run across a wide open map, working together to defeat massive machines with emergent behaviors. Players selected their characters from a set of defined heroes, and crucially, it was a free-to-play game. Over the next 4 years, Arc Raiders would evolve into something very different. A PvP-VE extraction game with denser, more lived-in levels. Machines of all shapes and sizes would populate this world. The enemies were driven by physics and groundbreaking locomotion tech, turning a once arcadey experience into something.
What are we looking at? So is this like a V1 build of the game? I mean, that Leaper
far
looks
more
pretty similar-ish at least.
Grounded. In this 3-part series, we're going to reveal not only why the original concept was killed, but how the current version of Arc Raiders rose from the ashes of that project. We're going to detail the bleeding-edge locomotion technology powering the movement of their most intimidating machines, how elements like gunplay and loot evolved over the years, why they dropped free-to-play, the impressive work done by the audio team, and much more. First things first though, to fully understand what happened to Arc Raiders, the game that was meant to kickstart this new studio, we have to go back to the founding of Embark itself.
How did this new studio come about, and most importantly, how did they decide what type of games they wanted to make?
Go back.
The audio team, and much more. First things first though, to fully understand what happened to Arc Raiders, the game that was meant to kickstart this new studio, we have to go back to the founding of Embark itself.
How did this new studio come about, and most importantly, how did they decide what type of games they wanted to make?
So, the only thing I know about Embark is Arc Raiders and then the finals. And the only reason I know about that is the like in-game promo that they did in Arc Raiders to try to get people to play that. Yeah.
Like a lot of the initial employees at Embark and the founders came from DICE. And I've been in the industry for close to 20 years. Most of that spent with the people here. I shipped 21 games while at EA, I think.
Battlefield, Star Wars Battlefront, tons of Battlefield games. Medal of Honor, Just Cause 2. I wonder why those are grayed out.
During my 20 years of building games or more,
Patrick,
the first game we built, we were 7 people an apartment, basically, you know, to then oversee productions with over 1,000 people. Are the games themselves better?
Yeah, wait, so who is this guy?
With
He used to work
over
at EA.
1,000 people. Are the games themselves
Chief Design
better?
Officer.
There are more of them. They're at higher fidelity, but are they actually better games? How do we move away from productions that are so large?
Interesting. So former
I mean,
Electronic
I was
Arts.
part of the group, the founders group. So I was here when we were 6 people. Technology-wise, I
sense
mean,
on
we quickly
Battlefront.
settled on Unreal, and then in conjunction with
Snow,
that, we also had proprietary tech that we were developing.
which we
and
just
then
got
also,
finally in the
of
cold
course,
snap.
invested heavily on procedural tools.
What is this?
For
Is this
especially
Arc Raiders?
for the content team
The initial gang sat around.
tools, and also, of course, invested heavily.
Autodesk Maya Speeders rework. I'm looking at the file name 2019. Hoover version. Dude, are we getting vehicles and
on
Arc Raiders?
procedural tools, especially for the content team.
The initial
I mean,
gang sat around a.
I don't know
a
how
big-
that would work. And I feel like maybe there would need to be even bigger maps if they bring in vehicles, but that would be absolutely wild.
table and discussed things that we want to explore and games that we want to try and see if this fits into something that we want to do. So we started
Is that Lance?
this endeavor of making micro pitches, that we would come up with a simple game concept and talk about it for just a couple of minutes. And we started doing this over and over. We started seeing common thematics. They slowly formed into the initial pitch for what we wanted to make. So we pitched it to ourselves. A couple of these explorations were left by the wayside. One of them became the finals.
Finals.
A couple of thematics that we knew we were excited about was, of course, the prospect of space travel, the impending sort of ecological collapse, the rise of AI and the man versus machine angle. That was a game in there, and I think when we were the first initial group sort of vetting different concepts, I think those were the things that were sticky in there. I think from a mechanics perspective, I think the first pitch was something along the lines of session-based raids. To give you an idea, we talked about some sort of Venn diagram between Shadow of the Colossus, Left 4 Dead, and PUBG. Somewhere in the middle there was a game concept that, I mean, on paper, was a super compelling concept to us, especially the making you a small human in a vast.
Let's look at
Especially the making you a small
Pioneer concept exploration.
human in a
2019.
in a vast world with huge machines. That's what we started to explore, not knowing at all what kind of game loop we were supposed to have, but just like looking at the prospects of different mechanics in that context.
So we wanted to make something completely our own. And everyone had an idea of something fantastical. Sci-fi leaning because it's comfortable, everyone kind of likes it, but it's also a challenge to carve out your own niche in that. And it was certainly challenging. Even my kid, who was like 11 or 12 at the time, just had the sentiment going, oh, new studio, sci-fi game, very original.
Sure.
Embark's first game was going to define the studio, and they wanted to work on something that was outside of their familiar first-person military backgrounds, a game that was on the bleeding edge of technological innovation. The team entered a long period of brainstorming and ideation as the studio slowly built up around them, a process that gave them many of their most attractive
Stormtrooper helmet.
ideas, but also created significant design cul-de-sacs
Baird City. It's so interesting. I don't know, like when this is from. I don't necessarily see anything. Even got all his post-it notes here. Cool.
That would prove troublesome down the road. This project was known internally as Pioneer.
We
That's
developed,
code name for our creators, Pioneer.
I think, core mechanics at the same time as we were testing out some initial ideas about the game mode itself. No one was thinking about a larger meta game at that time. Like, what is the actual economy that drives the players' motivations and so on. We were literally exploring the initial mechanics of how does it feel to play against these machines, and because I think all games needs to go through that. Like, is there something fun in the second-to-second mechanics? Like, is it fun to even in FIFA? If it's not fun to kick a ball against the wall, it's not going to be a fun football game. Sort of put these large machines in this large world, and I mean, we again testing out, playing against these large machines just from a pure.
What is that? The like a V1 of the matriarch, does that say? Stage battle, stage execution.
Sort of game and spectacle. There was something there.
Dude, he's got like a snap hook type thing or something. V1 of the snap hook. And look at this guy also wearing a Stormtrooper helmet.
It's an extremely ambitious project. It's supposed to be a new genre, or was supposed to be a new genre.
These are some former Star Wars people here, so.
Session-based raid with, say, 40 players. And you're supposed to take down huge obstacles together, like big bosses, big AI enemies that evolve over time. So every time you go into a session, you play against a new version of the AI. 3 to 4
teams, or more, I don't remember, but scattered out in a big world. And at some point, giant machines would arrive. Look, it was already populated with smaller machines, but then we would have these larger machines arrive, and then we would sort of have the surviving players would
that's like
converge into these epic moments at the end tail of a session. We had some amazing playtests and amazing moments when we did that, and we saw the potential there. Like, and we wanted to believe that we could replicate that on a consistent basis. But that's where where the sober eye should have come perhaps a little bit earlier than we wanted. We wanted to believe that we had something there, that there are some incredible moments in there. But the individual player there, if we were being honest with ourselves and looking at the game with the lens of trying to capitalize on that and make a game out of that, again, consistently replicating a player session that would hold those moments over and over again, I think that was much harder than we thought.
This version of the game, now known as Pio 1, was a very different game to the Arc Raiders we know today. Player movement was far more bombastic, characters were powerful, adopted the personas of various heroes, and worked collaboratively to hunt down these large machines. Very different to Arc Raiders in terms of both gameplay and tone, but many fundamental aspects of the game were developed in this.
What is that? Terrain. True sky. Rock formations.
This period, highly detailed, vast open terrain, the feel of the weapons, the look of the world. One such aspect, the technology driving the locomotion of these large robots, is going to require its very own video in this series. So look out for that soon.
What's exciting, and what's still exciting, is the fact that using this technology for our locomotion system is the door that opens up when you are training something to behave and walk by itself, and the nature, like when this player starts interacting with that and losing limbs and still it wants to stand up, it just opens that door to a new type of experience that players haven't had before, I think. They're literally playing against a machine.
We spent the majority of our first year just building tools. I also knew that we weren't going to get things right, that we were going to make a ton of mistakes along the way, and we had to plan for those mistakes and kind of get ourselves in a cushion to be able to make those mistakes. Guess what? You know, if you're trying to send people to Mars, you will crash a bunch of rockets.
Sure.
We crashed a bunch of rockets.
I remember one of the earliest things that I worked on was the dog. Do you remember like the four-legged little pouncing thing that ran around the world?
Yeah, that's long gone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
long gone. But that was one of the first things that I
Is that the
started
thing I was
working
just talking
on.
about?
Sometimes ideas written down on paper or that people talk about, like, oh, it'll be so cool, we'll have these enormous things and they can come down and you can fight them. And then in practice, when you put them into the game and you kind of go, okay, well, how does this actually work? It sounded really cool when we were talking about it, but actually now I'm just running around looking up all the time because it's 200 meters tall. And how do we even get up there? And what happens if I fall off?
Well, I think one of the core problems was that what we were building then was something pretty new in terms of like how the gameplay would be, and it felt like we were moving in the same direction. But then with the pandemic, we started to drift apart quite a lot.
The way we built the game before was very loose. That kind of mixing pot produces a lot of cool moments, and we just couldn't find the nugget that makes you want to persist. What is the main retention mechanic behind some of all this, what's in the mixing pot of fun experiences?
I remember they had this like sort of crazy idea about projectiles that would remove the parts of the enemies. So that was one
Mammoth? B1 Mammoth.
The first things I actually worked on was a function for the launchers that we had to be able to like suck off the plates on one of the kind of bigger scarab bots that we had.
Finding the fun is always the thing that you cannot just automatically say that we'll just do this and it will be fun. What you know is like you work and you put the thing in and it's not working as you want it to. So then you need to start reworking it and reiterating on it and maybe rethinking some of your initial assumptions that there's limitations in certain aspects and there's other ways that actually it's more fun because you play the game and you realize, you know what, it's more fun throwing these rocks at this robot, or it's more fun, you know, jumping. And that, I think, comes from playing the game and just playing around with what you created and allowing that to express itself in the game's creation. I think that's when you can actually do new, meaningful things.
It's so funny
the way we
seeing
developed
like the early development design of these different elements versus the final execution. I mean, they did a nice job there.
Our game.
Tyler, what up? Wrapping gifts, learning how Ark was made. Let's go. Servers are down, so we're watching the documentary.
People put things in there and we feel it out together and we change what's wrong together. Worked well when we were a smaller team and met each other all the time. But then it just didn't work well once we were separated through the pandemic.
Behind the scenes, Pioneer was struggling to find its identity. The pandemic was partly to blame. Problem solving is much more challenging with teams spread apart. But more worryingly, the various departments were beginning to drift with each milestone. Communication was challenging remotely, and as a result, the game was beginning to feel less cohesive. More worryingly, the moments that made the game feel special, when all the players got together in the center of the map to destroy a large machine, were difficult to replicate. So in order to worryingly, the moments that made the
So they like drive in on their speeders.
Game feel special when all the players got together.
Like there's something to the existing game that I'm not sure I would like go put vehicles in all the maps or anything, because it would just totally change the game. But if there was like maybe a new map with vehicles specifically, that would be interesting, at least.
Center of the map to destroy a large machine were difficult to replicate. So in order to fix this, the team entered a 6-month phase in which they would try and distill this PvE experience into something that would deliver satisfying rounds more consistently. This phase was known internally as the pivot.
If I remember correctly, we had actually reduced the game to a point where I said, okay, we need to make this one part fun. And if we can make this part fun, then we can replicate it, right? Even though we had this huge world, we're just using a small portion of it. And my first task was the moment I realized we are very ambitious, which was, Kaio, can you put a timeline to deliver this game, right, in 2020? And I said, well, from what I can see here, did all the estimates, talk to the whole team, understand the whole scope of it. I was like, okay, I think the best we can do is like we need around 2 years. And the answer was no way. We have 6 months. How can we make a plan that fits 6 months? And I remember even the name of the presentation was called Hail Mary Plan. And we had a plan for trying to get something out there in 6 months.
At that time, it was in a state where we were looking at trying to launch it, or at least getting ready to launch it. So we'd had what we had called closed beta at that point, and I think as part of that process, realized that what we had there wasn't really a viable thing. Their game loop, it wasn't really there. So you'd have some sessions where you had an amazing moment, and you loved it, and you never had anything like that in a game ever before. And then the following 10 sessions, you were running for 10 kilometers with nothing happening and nothing to interact with. So it really kind of hinged on these highly emotional moments that were few and far between.
It's not like every player who goes into the game is going to be like, oh yeah, I ran into this giant.
I think that's why things like the quest line, the projects, the live events, the trials, those are so important, just to have all these different elements. And so not every player is going to do all the things. And so you almost need all of those things so that somebody can latch onto one thing. Like, I'm sure there's some players that go in literally just fully PvP, collect loot, go try and shoot other players. There's some players that like only do the quest line and that's it. But yeah.
In Boston, I had this cool encounter because that's how we designed the encounter to play out. It's like some people ran in there and like, I just got stomped on the head and died immediately. Yep. It's like, oh, sorry, yeah, we don't actually control where it's putting its
exactly.
legs.
Or I ran in and someone had already pulled 3 legs off of it. So now it was laying there and kind of like trying to, you know, kind of go at you.
Felt kind of cruel.
Yeah, exactly. And it was really difficult to make it consistent for all the players.
I don't know. I don't think it was a planned server outage. So, because I think it's not just ARC servers. So I'm hoping that maybe by the end of the doc, servers are back up. We'll see. No loadout. Absolutely wild.
Idea about kind of raiding together against these large robots. That there was elements of fun in there, for sure, and there was elements of spectacle in all of it, for sure. But what I
reaction here
was not that
so Steam is just completely down,
but
right?
I couldn't see is that I couldn't see the big picture. I didn't quite understand how all of this would meaningfully add up to something that could stand the test of time and consistently do so. We had at the end of the pivot period, there was a playtest, or there was a playtest where we invited friends and family.
A mode where you broke into the spaceport level and activated these things, which culminated in one of our giant bosses coming down. We went out with that in the closed beta, and you know, it did what it needed to do, but it also affirmed that outside of those emotional highs and the novel gameplay, there was nothing that stitched it together. We lacked any sense of metagame or progression. So you'd have these fun sessions for a few times, but there was nothing that actually pulled you back or kept you going forward.
You know, I think a couple of us already knew what that test was going to be. But at the end of the day, it became even clearer as we got closer to the deadline that while this has, of course, it's fun and there's something here, it's still lacking a big component. So Patrick already said, I think the first day I started here, is that I think you need to add PvP.
Dude, that is sick.
We had conversations, and I certainly, as I'm always, was very opinionated towards the team around what I thought. I mean, from the start, I said, listen, I think that we need this to be a PvP game to some extent. I think we're going to struggle with getting a PvE game the way that we want to with the tech that we have.
And that's really when we had a lot of internal discussions, and I think we had our summer party and then went on break and came back, and then everyone was informed that we were pivoting to a new genre. And
seen streamers in the game, they can't find a game, just queues for 10 minutes, then they find a game and it kicks them out. Yeah, wow. I just couldn't get past the server screen. I couldn't even connect into the game. We'll see. But I did, yeah, I saw some people were in and were like managing inventory and trying to load in, and then it just never actually got them in round.
Starting to explore what that could mean.
Is unfortunate.
Lifted everything we could, so a lot of the environments, the enemies, the characters, or things about the characters were lifted and sort of repurposed.
It didn't work. The larger recipe for the game wasn't there, and again, we couldn't replicate the sessions consistently enough. So I think that's enough to start talking about, well, should we consider adding the PvP component?
I understand that a lot of people, and frankly
I'm
me
on
included,
PS5, so I'm not working for me here either.
wanted this to be a PvE game, and I wanted for our vision to work. But when it doesn't work, you have two options. You can either, well, three. You can release what you have to the public, and they will crucify you. We've seen that happen multiple times. Or you decide, I don't want to continue with this, we shut it down. That we've seen that multiple times. Or you still have a belief in the lore, everything that you've built, and the core kind of gameplay loop, and you say, maybe I can just make this something different.
The pivot had not worked. The team knew that a more drastic solution was required, a new phase in which the older version of Arc Raiders would be put to rest and a new game built around PvE and PvP combat would be built. This phase, the most significant beat of Arc Raiders' development story, is known internally as the Reset. But to buy the studio enough time to reset Arc Raiders, they'd first have to push forward the release of the studio's other multiplayer project.
What the studio needed to do once we actually made the decision was that one of the reasons we could make it was we switched the order of the games. So that would be the implication of it, because we wouldn't be able to add PvP and figure out what the new game was all about and still keep the kind of targeted release window. That was pretty clear from the beginning, which meant that we had to put the finals front and center. Which of course for them was perhaps, well, okay, suddenly we're in the hot seat now, and that certainly must have felt like a challenge to that team.
The Reset wasn't just going to be a case of sticking PvE into their PvP game. It was going to require a fundamentally new approach to the way sessions would play out, a way of merging the best parts of their enemies and world building with PvP gameplay that felt exciting, but not overly punishing either. So what was going to get cut? And what did they keep?
So we had the world, which we knew we liked. We knew the world that was crafted. And I think one of the reasons why I was playing the game quite early, I was just walking through these empty hallways and these corridors of offices. And I was thinking to myself, like, I just want to explore this place. I want this to be more than just a static backdrop where, you know, I'm fighting robots. I want this to be something. I want to be here because you already built one half of it, so I feel like you already made me want to go and explore this world.
What the heck's it called? Electromagnetic cloak or something? Hammer Judge.
So what game type then would be the game that kind of fits there? How can we kind of apply that with a new game type? When we broke it all down, it started to become more and more apparent on, you know, we had the arcs, the AIs that we wanted to continue building. We wanted to keep the large robots. We wanted to keep the world. We wanted to keep the brand and IP because we saw the response from the players and all those things. So we didn't feel like we needed to reinvent all those things. There was a game telling us that that's what it wanted to be to some degree.
If we think about the different phases, the phase we were in...
It seems like the environments, like the maps themselves and a lot of the buildings were designed pretty early. Like in a lot of this early gameplay footage, it looks pretty similar to what it does today. But
when we did the research,
I don't know, to a point the Raiders do as well, and their mechanics. The things that look drastically different are the interfaces and design elements, like the menus and the wheels and the interaction buttons, and yeah.
set felt absolutely right, because the game we had at our hands at that point wasn't at the peak fun that it itself
Hammer
had even
Judge.
been,
So
right?
is that the
That was one thing
Rocketeer?
that they kept
So the
bringing back to me.
Rocketeer was codenamed Hammer Judge.
Right?
That was one thing that they kept bringing back to me. Like, you know, when was the game most fun? And they said like M12, I think is the name, M12. You need to go back and look at M12. I was like, okay, milestone 12. I have to go back and look at it, which was a scaled down version of the full experience, but it took place around the spaceport area, and there was players going through a bunch of arcs and then eventually ended up inside of the spaceport and then fought one of the large robots inside the spaceport. And so they felt like that was the strongest that the game had been. So we tried to recreate that to some degree, as at least take some of the things that we knew worked from that point and put that into the game.
I think what worked
You see this
was
thing too. It seems
So we
like
try to recreate
items when you collect them, they like float into your body. And like in game right now, you walk up to it, you collect it, it just like disappears and goes into your bag. But watch this.
as at least
See this?
take
You?
some of the things that we knew worked from that point and put that into the game.
I think what worked was the emergent nature of how players were interacting with
yeah.
each other.
I've been wanting to watch this
and there was a good sort
for a
of
while,
rhythm
but
of
I've
play
held
in
off.
that one. I think the destruction of the machines themselves, there was some sort of, you know, gradual, gratifying, juicy destruction, and we could see
By the
how
way,
the machine.
Obviously, feel free to watch here as well, but make sure you go over to the Arc Raiders channel, like these videos over there as well.
Machines were navigating across this spaceport, repeating it. If you're asking yourselves, would I do this over and over again, even if you just change the environments and the machines were slightly different and so on? Like, what is the? Then you start asking the right questions about
Troll.
why.
I love seeing these original code names for the different arcs. That's the Troll. Remove probe core.
Would I come back? And in a context of a free-to-play game where retention is crucial, you have to be able to see yourself doing that over and over again.
The game we're making now was the game I sort of imagined when we started building it. It was a game about exploring and being in this world, and the world was supposed to challenge you. And
See, like, I don't know what this footage is from, but this looks very much like the final product.
Go places to find things. And just the way the game was playing earlier was this action game where things just came at you. To me, it's much better because it has a slower pace. This is the best game I've worked on for me, because it's a game about listening for things.
And that's why PvP is such an important addition to the game. Like, I think a lot of people have a strong reaction to what that might mean. But if you think about what happens when you play against other humans, you just realize that finite distance gets closer to infinite, because now you have all the permutations of human behavior.
Whether you PvP aggressively or not, this game would not be anywhere near as successful as it is if it didn't have PvP and a VoIP aspect to it. I mean, yeah, that is what makes the game.
In the session, some players might not like playing another person because you'll get tryhards that are very, very good. But if we do our job well, then you'll have something that feels balanced and fun, even if you're not the best at aiming or the best at shooting. You should still be able to, you know, find something rewarding in that experience of extracting stuff back out of the world.
You're coming in to a world where Arc is operating and there is something going on. I think the gameplay components there, when they discover you, how they discover other players, and how that becomes noise traps for other players is super interesting. So I think that the toolbox for our designers here to build emergent moments. It's like the
like a
toolbox
Raider
for
cache top. So they changed that slightly.
our designers here to build emergent moments. It's actually really strong.
I mean, I understand that some people are upset that it didn't work. So am I. But at the same time, what we have now is an incredible game that I believe works really well, that I think people will have an amazing time with. That's all that we can do as game developers. Try our best to deliver that to the players out there. Simple, it's not more complicated than that.
Our chief concern is to make a game that is fun at its core and that stays fun and keeps being fun and keeps evolving into something that is even more fun. Because I mean, that was the cul-de-sac we ended up with before we rebooted the game, right? It was really fun, but it was the same kind of fun over and over, and that doesn't really cut it.
In the reveal trailer, what we were literally selling to our players is, even though we're saying fictionally, like, there's large machines out there, well, in that video, we are dominating the machines. We're jumping on top of them, smashing them,
gosh!
and inviting
What
players
the
to
heck
have fun
was
with
that?
that.
Did he snap
That's
hook? Oh,
smashing
look at
them
that! There's
and inviting
like
players
a
to machines. We're jumping.
there's like a
on top of them,
trampoline thing. Yeah, do you see?
smashing them.
Gosh, it's bad timing.
We are dominating the machines. We're jumping on top of them.
This thing. Look at this, dude. This would be sick. They need to add that back in. This little bounce pad thing.
Smashing them and inviting players to have fun with that. That's been flipped around. And I think that's for the better. Like, really having players fearing the machines is a
totally
completely
fine
different
with
game.
that.
That's a 180
But,
in terms of how we relate to the machines.
But I
as the
will
players.
totally take those little bounce pads back. Johnny,
The old version of
Raiders, I
Arc
just
Raiders
tried
was
to
now
log on
dead,
as
a
well.
dream that the
I
studio was
know.
going to have to wake up from.
I
But what
know.
could they retain from those early years?
Yeah,
What stuff
that's
could-
why we're here. I was gonna stream, or obviously we're streaming, but I was gonna play as well. But yeah, with all the servers down, Steam down. Welcome
they
in.
bring
We're watching the
forward into
documentary.
this new version of Arc Raiders, and what new tricks did they have up their sleeves?
In the next episode of this three-part series, we're going to tackle the experience of being a raider, how elements like combat, the loot system, audio, and world building evolved after the reset, and crucially why the studio dropped the plan to go free to play. See you then.
Yeah, I wonder what that would have looked like. So, I mean, all right, straight into episode 2. Let's go. Let's like the video. Anyone need a bathroom break? I think we're probably good.
Hello, and welcome back to Embark
Dune is
Studios.
changing. In what way? Good or bad? Good or bad? I don't know when I'm going to log back into Dune. I don't know. I really do want to, but... And I'm wondering when it releases on console, if the game's going to play any different, or if it's going to be like this, where same game, just on a different platform. But.
Here in Stockholm, Sweden. In our last video, we explored the original concept for
O'Dwyer.
Arc Raiders, an epic co-op machine hunting multiplayer game that never quite found its feet.
The Arc Raiders that exist today emerged from that idea, but while the team at Embark had a world, a handful of enemy
the
types,
dog,
and a lot of tools and
right?
technology built,
This
from
doesn't
had
exist,
a world,
right? Or did this like morph into like the Bastion or something? But this looked like that one that was like running like a dog before.
a handful of enemy types and a lot of
weapon
tools and
augments
technology
and new
built.
DLC.
From a gameplay perspective, they were
Interesting.
essentially starting from scratch. Over the next few years, they would have to establish how PvP could make the project more interesting, and then craft levels, enemies, and mechanics around that he could make the
Just looking at the team.
project more interesting, and then craft levels, enemies, and mechanics around that concept. This would prove to be the most challenging time in the project's history. Embark had launched the finals earlier than planned, which had given the Arc Raiders team a bit more runway. But now, years into development, the clock was ticking louder than ever. In this video, we're going to cover several
I
fascinating...
assume too, right? Like at these types of studios, there was a separate team. Maybe some crossover, but like a separate team for the finals, and then a separate team for Arc Raiders, is my guess.
Aspects of game design that happened in this period, from how the game looks and sounds to how the levels were split apart and reassembled. The work that went into wrapping all of this into an extraction shooter form with interesting progression, what happened when they made the decision to drop free to play, and form with
daily challenges. Battle Pass. It was actually called a Battle Pass. Interesting. I mean, for the most part, this was still pretty similar. And then these are what, like feats now, I would say. This is Trials. So this is actually Trials. Or I don't know. Maybe they split that into two things. The challenge things into
interesting
trials
progression,
and feats.
what happened when they made the decision to drop free to play,
Yeah,
and
neither
a
have
lot
I.
more. But before the team
Like
could
honestly,
get to
like
any of that,
even
they'd
through
have
the doc,
to
I'm still not
answer
even 100%
one
sure
fundamental question.
what type of game
What
the
aspects
finals
of the
is. Like it
original
seems like it's a shooter type game too. I'm not 100%.
Pioneer concept
I'm
would
sure
be
you got your
retained,
mail
and what
in Arc Raiders asking you to play the finals though, but I didn't download it.
new ideas would come to the table.
The Battle Pass, I know. It seems very un-Arc Raiders. But it's funny, I see like some of the other streamers still call it a Battle Pass. Like when they're talking about
a lot of people will leave the planet when it goes south. So we call that the exodus in our lore. And then we have the ecological collapse itself, the depopulation across the globe. And then we start our game much, much later when we are following a generation of people who has no concept of the world that we live in today. So we don't want to carry this sense of loss. We needed to establish that the machines themselves were able to dominate the surface. Naturally, we will be the one underground. If you want something from the top side, you ask a raider.
If we were to have a world realistically depicted in what had happened in this world, there would be nothing left. We'd taken loads of liberties in having things still have a material quality and a sort of nice appeal to it. You try to have this approach of having very naturalistic lighting. And that, for one, brings out a lot of inherent qualities in the things. We don't use a lot of color grading or anything like that.
I don't know, maybe it's not underrated, but I think the lighting in this game is underrated. Like it is really strong.
Balance everything to have a very naturalistic look, and then we can sort of push the things that need pushing in order to achieve this sort of contrast in between.
First of all, we needed to understand this new category of games. We spent a lot of time playing that, and for me that was fairly easy. I played a lot of extraction shooter games before, and there's great competitors out there, and there's great games out there. So what can we learn? And we knew from the beginning that the world and its narrative wanted to be, there was something in the market that we felt like there isn't really a game here that speaks to you in that way. So if you're interested in this world and exploring it and learning more about its events and maybe participating yourself in the events of this world, that felt like a pretty clear opportunity for us instinctively. A lot of us were just feeling that that needed to be there.
The original version of Arc Raiders was based in one massive open world map, but to make a game about looting and finding cover and exploring and listening to threats, the team was going to have to take an entirely new approach to level design. So what areas from Pioneer's world could they reuse, and where would they have to start from scratch? How would the levels in Arc Raiders look and play?
Okay.
So initially we have this massive world. That was the initial ambition, that every map that we have now would be a server, and then it would be like a battle royale, sending you to the center where the big robot would be, and we would kill the servers as they would go, and so on.
Then after the pivot, obviously two things came up. A game that is about looting, where looting is central. It sort of implies that there is a density in the world. Even if you go into a sort of singular room or an apartment, it needs to hold up for a player's expectations of exploration.
I can't remember the exact number, but we used to have just a wide open world level where all these places existed. And I think today a single one of our maps has more props and actors in it than the whole of that world ever did.
Wait, is he saying that all the maps were on one big giant map?
Factor of 2 or 3. So we inherited what we call Dam and Spaceport from Pile 1. But they've seen tremendous work put into them because those were obviously made for a very different game that didn't involve loot or interacting with the environment, or even doors for that matter. It didn't exist back then.
Because we didn't have interiors, all buildings were empty, there was no props, because the game was not a game about the interiors, it was about moving towards the center, so we didn't care if there was a bed.
Interesting, that's so
We still
funny.
don't have toilets in our game, that's a nice curiosity. We didn't, back in the day, we didn't even have fall damage in the game. So at the first map, there's very horizontal spaceport. You could jump from the towers, shooting and gunning and all of that, right? So I had to change a bunch of those things and put ways for it to go down.
And then Spaceport's much wider open in terms of its spacing, so there's a lot of open ground that's exposed, and there's some tunnels and cover to make your way between places, but it becomes a bit more of a risk thing. So you see players kind of moving in rings around places and then finding their ingress and doing what they can and then trying to get back out again. So it becomes a bit harrowing, especially as the round progresses, where players naturally start collapsing toward the middle, as opposed to Dam, where everyone sort of either swaps sides or stays mixed into the geography around the area. But in terms of gameplay, the Dam we're slating that for kind of our first map players get contact with. It has kind of a lot of easier affordances for a new player. It's got drastic height differences between like kind of the two halves of the map. It's got a good mix of interior and exterior. In the inheritance of Dam and Spaceport in particular, it was tricky over time to morph geometry and things in those levels to work for this type of game, because PvP especially was never a consideration for those. So suddenly things like sightlines and approach angles and dead ends and everything became much more critical to worry about, and making sure the affordance of PvP was correct. And it's even trickier when we have a third-person camera, which affords corner peeking and things like that.
And then Buried City, which is the last one that we've made, is made for this game. It's a more indoors actually map, and a lot of parkour, even though it's not a game about parkour, but there is a lot of ways for you to use the ceilings and the rooftops. It's a more PvP prone map, since it's the one we did with PvP in mind. The other two we adapted for it.
We knew the post-pivot that we needed one contrasting map that would be telling players more clearly that it's set on Earth. Because I think those monolithic structures, if you squint, you go, are we on Mars or are we on? So we wanted to ground the game on Earth, and this game is set in the south of Italy, deeply inspired by that region. And there's a volcano there, and there's a certain biome there. And also to sort of distinguish ourselves from other sort of post-apocalyptic worlds, which is usually sort of America-centric. So we started building out this other world that is Buried City,
where you can spend most of the round in only one or two buildings if you're really trying to,
Italy, right?
And hearing other players on other floors or building across an alley. And it's kind of an interesting mix between modern structures of like a hospital or a shopping center, and then because our game is based in Italy,
is the whole
it's
game
a lot of
based in Italy?
Old town, like rustic structures, and they're all collapsed and destroyed, and the city itself is half buried in sand. So sometimes you'll walk straight onto a rooftop, go into a building, and then come out on the first floor that is.
The whole game is based in Italy?
still on a sand dune somewhere and then worm your way even further through some buildings and end up finally on street level near a park. We had people on the project who
Dude,
were very ingrained in that
I don't
game
think I
loop
ever
of,
put
running
like
across
on
massive
Buried City, yes,
environments
but
and scaling
not,
buildings and
not the
firing
other maps or
rocket
anything.
launchers at things
That's
to
so funny.
this much more slow-paced, tactical, thoughtful gameplay, and we shifted kind of very gradually over time, and you'd still get pockets of like, oh, this feels bad, and trying to like shift the mentality from bombastic robot fight, like, oh, this feels
like, I don't know. I don't know what the heck that is.
bad, and trying to like shift the mentality from bombastic robot fights to tension-filled rounds to get through. So it was definitely a challenge to
done
build
no
things in a way
research.
that helped us transition from one to the
Fun
other. And
facts,
there's a lot of
bronze is
legacy stuff
Italian
even
for hope.
today.
I'm not fact-checking you. I trust you. But definitely did not know that.
That we still
Speranza.
have to parse through that
I'll
is
meet you
the
back in
holdover from what the game
Speranza.
was to what it needs to become.
I mentioned it in the opening of this series that I was a massive admirer of many of the team members at Embark, but there's actually one particular team in the studio who I've been dying to interview for years. Several members of the Arc Raiders audio team were previously part of the audio department at DICE, responsible for the award-winning soundscapes of those early Battlefield games, a series that pioneered brutally realistic weapon sounds. The audio design in Arc Raiders is critical to the experience, communicating so much to the players about the threats around them. But before we dive into that, I want to first know why realistic weapon noises have been a hallmark of this team.
It was very different at the time. So I think a lot of people reacted to it just sounding different. And by that time, not even movies had gone that route, really. So it was sort of a novel thing, I guess. I did service in the Swedish military because I'm so old that it was like a mandatory thing, because I was a sniper in the military, so we had to do lots of shooting and shooting different weapons, and also sabotage things, so we had to blow things up. So I sort of had a quite clear view of how violent the whole experience is, and it like really just turns your gut inside out. I see it as it's 50% of the experience. I mean, you see it and you hear it. So it has to be there. I think for me, the ultimate goal is that players completely forget about them playing a game. I just want them to be in a world that they think is there. And I think with sound you can get far, because we can record everything, we can make everything sound real. So it's very powerful. All the things that you put into the game, if you get them to breathe the same air and everything, it can feel like it's actually there.
Gerardo doing to step out into
one
the
thing
hall?
that is very similar to the work we have done for years is that it uses just physics. So this has always been a huge challenge, and we've been recording everything, trying to like, okay, so now this rock will fall down, and how big is the rock? How small is it? How heavy is it? What does it fall onto? And you have to record all of that. Like, oh, I drop a rock on wood. I drop it in sand. I drop it here. Then I take a bigger rock. I drop that. Then I take many rocks. I drop those. And
all
this
these
tedious
sounds
work
sound
but
like
you have
they're
to
the
do
ones
it.
from the game. That's so funny.
It's the groundwork that has to be done. And these robots, it's just physics and limbs. Okay, how do we do this? Okay, we need to measure all the joints and try to figure out what everything is going on inside of these robots. These are mechanical things. So we recorded mechanical things, hovering with drones and going up and down, and we use table fans, and we put stuff in the table fans so when you start to destroy the drones, and then we just put pens in the in the fans and all sorts of things in the fan and recorded that. So we're just trying to extract all of this information and record.
Interesting.
in the fans and all sorts of things in the fan and recorded that. So we're just trying to extract all of this information. It's a challenge for sure.
Bro's dead. No way he survived that. Not for long. What?
Allow the things in there to be real. That's why we want to use, you know, gradual destructions on the drones. You would shoot up a thruster, and that disables its ability to fly. Of course it does. Like it's physics talking back to you, and there's something fun to play with physics. You don't need a health bar to tell you that. You just saw it, and you can listen to that, and you can make those calls, trusting the human ability to decode that, listening and looking, and not relying on a UI to tell you the actual truth of what's going on. I think that's also something we've kept in spirit of, like, pursuing this trust in players that they can decode a world and allow their own sort of affordances of how they think the world operates to inform their decision making. I think that's something we've been really adamant about keeping for the player.
There are certain things that you have to start thinking of working with rather than working against, right? Like when you find that, oh, it's so intuitive and compelling to be able to shoot a thruster off of a drone and see it like spin out and fly into a wall, and that's awesome and that feels great. But then we also have to be mindful of the fact that, well, if there are a lot of walls and not a lot of room for the enemy to fly around in, it's probably going to fly into that wall and die. And we have to be okay with that, right?
Yeah, it has been a trick, and we've, again, gone through a lot of iterations. We used to put very bright orange glowy weak points on them to be like, you shoot here, please. But one thing that kind of diminished was we actually have all of the enemies physically fly around using forces, and the thrusters on them are the things actually providing those movement vectors. So what that did was it kind of really diminished the fact that you could shear off a thruster and you'd see its flight start to wobble, or even it would knock itself into an object and explode. And what it turned into was shoot the thing with the health bar and then the whole drone explodes, and we kind of lost a lot of that. And it's also not the most interesting gameplay to just only shoot at weak points.
This is the best game I've worked on for me, because it's a game about listening for things. I put so much work in all the Foley stuff, and now that you actually care about that, because now it's a game about listening and listening for other players. And so all the work we did early, because we built like a complete sandbox sort of audio engine type of thing. So now it shines, because now that's what the game is about. You're moving about, you're listening for things, because you really care about those things now, because everything is dangerous, and so you really want to know, like, is there someone there? Is there someone in the adjacent room?
The sound, listening for different sounds is like so crucial. And yeah, I swear, I'm not even kidding. I feel like I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm hearing the Raider cache ticking noise. It's like I'm listening so hard for it. I'm just manifesting it. Wild. I'm not sure how long you've been playing, but have you noticed that the ARC drones are getting better at stabilizing their fight after losing a propeller? They used to just crash. Now they catch themselves. So I have just been like frustrated with them. Like, I swear I should have taken that one out and it should have crashed, and it didn't. And yeah, so like, I don't know. I feel like I am noticing that. And I saw here, I don't know if it was on this one. Yeah, this video is the ARC getting smarter. And I know that, which we haven't gotten to that part in the video yet, but it's AI, like training the ARC. They're training themselves through the AI and how to move and all of that. So I guess that makes sense that they should get smarter. Question mark?
What is that person doing? You can hear them opening a locker and just going through the shelves and picking things up.
Yeah. Yeah, there's I don't know, did I don't think I posted the short yet. Yeah, did I post this short? Let me see. We'll go back if no, I didn't post it yet. There is a short that I do need to post where I soloed a leaper on Dam, and over on the Red Lake side, there's it's a pretty big pipe, but I was like, no way the leaper is gonna like go in there, and for the first like half of the fight, he didn't go in, but eventually he squeezed his way in and chased me down. That was like, it wasn't anything special other than it was like, oh my god, this leaper is fitting himself in here and like figuring out how to squeeze himself in here to come chase me down. So that was pretty cool. I do need to go post that. I think I saved the clip, but I haven't posted it yet.
Players might choose this weapon because it's great for them in PvP. They're a player who can do really good flick aim and get a headshot cleanly, and that can be good for them in PvP, but maybe it doesn't serve them so well in fighting drones. So how can we bake in some more qualities to these weapons that give them a bit different specific purpose that you might choose to bring that? So for example,
He's walking
if you're
up
a
right
player
on these
who,
guys. Oh my god,
loves
turn
shotguns,
around!
That's great at close range, and it's great at things that are kind of generally unarmored unless you have like a slug round. So what if we then made our heavy caliber weapons penetrate drone armor very effectively? And now you're like, well, I don't actually like this breech loader rifle because it's slow and cumbersome, and if I miss, I'm reloading forever, but it will punch clean through a drone's armor. So that's, a choice I'm being afforded now to offset maybe the weak sides of the weapons I do prefer.
We add things to the weapons. I mean, if they look like something that...
Yep, still down.
Has electrical moving things, then we add those little aspects to it as well. And all the weapons are built from different layers. We have the mechanics separated, this separated, that separated, the echo separated, all the sort of distances that we've been recording them. We split that up and fade it. What you hear when you fire a gun is a large amount of recordings that from the different angles and distances, and then we sort of put that together into a gun model. So if someone is firing from far away, you hear a far away gunshot of that caliber or whatever. So it's built out of 1,000 small parts. And then you can also stick an electric motor in there, and it will just work with this whole model. It's very consistent, and you can sort of just distill everything, but they all come from the same source. So it becomes much easier to do something that sounds really believable.
Embark had established their new vision for our creators, a game...
Yeah, I believe that I soloed one as well in Dam. It jumped down a staircase and got stuck, and I slowly killed it. Yeah, there's another one that I soloed over there too. It's over by that same pipe over in Red Lake, and yeah, there's like a staircase that goes down. I think like where that pipe goes, and Saperon, where like I fought it up above, and it I think it fell down there, and it got like stuck on the stairs up there.
That attempted to blend PvE with player-on-player combat, a game that attempted to blend the intimate
This only happened to me once, but on Buried City, there's that one metro. I think it's the southern station, where to get into it, you go down that like hole, and you can take a zip down. But it's not like a metro station. It's a hole in the ground. And a leaper jumped down there, chased us down there to try to get us, but wild.
Exploration of their
I think
detailed
it's so
levels
fun. I think
with
it's
the
so fun.
tension of extraction shooters, but it was finding the right blend of all of this that was going to prove their biggest challenge.
In resetting Arc Raiders to this extraction game experience, the studio embarked on a difficult
Why does
plan.
this
These
look
games
like
are notorious.
It's workshop editing station.
Extraction game experience. The studio embarked.
Character editor preview. Too blurry.
On a difficult plan. These games are notoriously
I think it
tough
said
to balance,
station reveal.
not just ensuring that players of all skill levels have a rewarding experience, but that people who play solo don't get swamped by those who play teams. That risk is rewarded without being overly cruel, that the game can create tension around its goals without stunting player progress. In a single-player game, it's very easy to give players cookies for doing a good job. In most multiplayer games, skill and teamwork are the tools to winning. This is what makes a game like The Finals, a competitive round-based shooter, a good candidate for free-to-play. But in a game where players are going to require satisfying progression, where survival is so important, the team was really struggling to find this right balance between risk and reward. So before we can talk about progression, we need to first talk about the decision to drop free-to-play. This decision massively helped issues the team were having with the progression, because drip-feeding content or artificially holding back progress felt at odds with the game. But putting a price tag on the experience was also going to present some challenges. So where did this decision come from, and how exactly did it change Arc Raiders?
It's actually, in many ways, made it drastically easier. In free-to-play, you need to, in some ways, make things a little stickier than they would be otherwise, take a little more time, a little more grind, just so players are more incentivized to, stay in and stick into those loops and keep playing your game, and then ideally are incentivized to then spend money on that game. So for this type of title, it made it kind of hard to respect the player's time in some of these areas around crafting or sessions and things like that, because we were almost had a hand on their forehead going, slow down a little bit, where it felt a little bad. So as soon as that decision came down, it made us able to make things take the amount of time that felt appropriate in a lot of ways. So crafting no longer has timers on it that you have to wait
totally
out.
Agree.
Or,
and honestly, for games these days, $40 is ridiculously cheap. So I know in this sort of genre, there's so many free-to-play games. I mean, just look at Fortnite, right? But I don't know. Don't mind paying $40 for this game. I don't know if Tyler's still in here, but I think I paid $80 for the deluxe version of Dune, and Dune just lost me. I had a lot of fun while I was in Dune, but Dune was too hard to it's too hard to progress for me, and I had to just keep coming back in. And that's the thing I think with Arc Raiders is I could take, not that I'm not going to, but I could take an entire month off, come back into the game, and just pick right back up. And that's tougher to do in some of those other games. But, and yeah, I like the way that they went actually with this. But
of things we're asking you to collect are a little more rational, or match the effort and outcome match each other a little more precisely, and things like that. So it's helped a lot, but it does, on the other side, again, launching at a price point, we still need ways to monetize that doesn't feel predatory or things like that. So that's also been an interesting challenge.
It's a pure market. It's how do we adapt to what the market wants? A free-to-play game would attract a lot of players, and we can maybe get tens of millions of players for a while. But as we started building what would become the rebirth of Arc Raiders, we started looking at, it was actually the team who started asking questions. Free-to-play, is this the right model for us?
One of the early tenets we set for ourselves is that we wanted to be more approachable than kind of the standard extraction shooter, which can result in just this poverty loop of I have nothing, I go in with my knife, I fail, I try again, and it is very tricky, right? Because anytime the game slaps you for doing PvP in a PvP game, that feels bad, right? So it is tricky, and there's kind of passive ways you can do it and active ways you can do it. And some of the passive ways is just leaning into some of the tenets of extraction games or similar, like you're expending resources, it's risk to you to do this fight because you don't know whether you're gonna win. So you stand to lose, and having that fear of losing your stuff or losing that fight, hopefully, is something that gives a person pause. A more active solution is
the
doing
hamburger,
things like World
Burger Boy or whatever it is, backpack charm. Trying to find all the Easter eggs.
Activities, quests, or other types of challenges that don't necessarily require
we got that
multiple
for
people,
the-
but are greatly benefited from having multiple people doing it. So getting people
Flickering
to
Flames in
temporarily
it? I don't know,
form
I can't remember.
alliances. And that's actually kind of our unicorn in some ways, is getting those tenuous alliances to happen organically. You can obviously party up deliberately and go in with your friends, but that's a very different dynamic than seeing somebody in the wild and feeling out the situation. We have a lot of nonverbal communication.
This
out
guy's
and
not wearing a
feeling out the
backpack. So in this early version, no backpacks? Question mark.
situation. We have a lot of nonverbal communication efforts that we've put into the game. So through our ping system, our emote system,
Yeah,
things
Dune
like
is an
that.
everyday
So
game. This is
kind
a
of
casual slip in, slip out raid shooter. I enjoy Frank Herbert's universe. Still hoping they fix it, but they had a mass exodus. Yeah, me too. At some
Convey a
point,
lot of
I
meaning
am going to go
with
back
one
into
input.
Dune, but
I like both solo and groups. When I go with
Yeah,
groups, I'm very
curious to see
aggressive.
where it's at.
Maybe way too much. I'm always the first one to die.
Bro, same.
But when I'm playing solo, I'm actually quite stealthy. I like that nature of the game, that you can actually decide what you want to do, right? So when I'm playing with the team, I try to every session put a different hat. It's like sometimes I'm like, I'm gonna shoot, no questions asked. I will shoot first. And just to create that in the playtest as well, because that's how the game will be played. I think some players will be like, I don't know, they accumulated too much wealth, now they want to spend it, they're gonna go with all the weapons, everything, and they're gonna shoot at sight. And sometimes they'll be poor trying to get their stuff, sometimes they'll just want to do their quests. And I like the fact that our game allows for all of that.
To launch a new game today, irrespective of what platform you're on or what type of game it is, it's harder and harder and harder to break in, or what type of game it is.
Under strict embargo. So was this the closed beta? No, because this was April.
It's harder
Maybe,
and harder and harder to break into
media
kind of a
preview.
critical mass that makes any financial sense. I think game developers out there are really scratching their heads thinking, huh, I made a great game. And often you see today that if
in
you
solo, I'm nice, even help down raiders and trios, duos, go crazy. Same. I haven't been playing a ton of duos or trios lately. But in solos, I'm like the nicest guy ever. And like my kill to death ratio is probably like 0.01 because I hardly ever kill anyone, and then the deaths are whenever we get ratted. But yeah, on duos or trios, kind of anything goes. But
you've done a really good job, you'll see players
I
jump
like
on,
that you
they'll
have,
stay there
like,
for a while,
like he had just said.
but guess what?
That
Then
you
they
have that option.
They drop out and,
And it
go and do
seems
something
like,
else.
for the most
a big
part,
component of that is
the
due
matchmaking,
to
and
the
I don't know if they're going to talk about this. I don't think so, because I feel like the insight into that came out a little bit more recently in terms of what they use to determine the matchmaking. And there's this like aggression rating that they're using, but it seems like what I'm doing in duos or trios is not impacting my solos. Like I would say 95% of my solo lobbies are chill. And everyone's like, friendly, don't shoot.
In fact, the game didn't have the attributes or instruments needed to retain the players. So it's on us as game developers, it's not the gamers' faults. You know, we need to do a better job of making sure that they have a need and a desire to stick around playing our game? And what can we learn from our previous games? Having gotten finals into the market, we saw a big peak, like a crazy amount of people, then we saw a drop off. Now, because of hard work, we're seeing people return to the game, and we're seeing a growth curve coming back. But I think it's always going to be in what's the long-term motivation for a player to play. It sits in the progression, in the meta layer, making sure that there are meaningful things to do in the game apart from just running around and shooting people. That's probably our biggest challenge, and will remain our biggest challenge when we launch the game and after launch.
Yeah.
Primarily, I think our biggest concern right now is what does the end game look like? Because what often happens in these games is they either have a seasonal reset mechanic, so there's just always a clock on what you're doing, and then that tends to culminate in towards the end of that, players bringing all their best, shiniest things and just duking it out until the reset happens.
Yeah.
And so there's been a lot of talks about how we actually handle that. What do we lean into for PvE? What types of events can we do? Seasonal storylines, things like that. So getting that shaped up, I think, is kind of what I'm most keen to figure out, because players even internally are like, well, I have amazing gear. My stash is full of amazing gear. I very rarely die. Nothing is asking me to use that. And part of the answer is the giant robots coming back in a form that makes sense for this game. But then what's the framework for highly skilled or highly wealthy players to then go and challenge themselves or be challenged by and earning additional awards? And we're going to have, kind of the traditional things like battle passes and stuff where you can work through those, but what sort of extra motivation can we give to those players who need something to do?
I do think they still need to potentially figure that out. I mean, so obviously, I don't know when this was filmed, but they went the route of adding in the expedition and departure. So giving us raiders the opportunity to depart, wipe, get some perks like extra skill points and stash space, some other rewards for doing the departure. But I still I had the feeling during the first the first playthrough prior to wiping, where we got to the point where I was like, okay, what else is there? Like, I feel like I beat the game. And then they announced the 5 million thing, where you needed to get $1 million per skill point, max of 5, for the departure after the 5 or 6 stages, which was like kind of wild. And I feel like that probably should have been communicated earlier. But then that created sort of a scenario where I didn't want to use my like good stash items, like my valuable weapons and stuff, because I was like, I had fear of not hitting having the 5 million for the departure, which, like, sure, I guess there's an element of that like get good, right? Like, either be a little baby and don't bring that stuff in, or get good with the game, or earn enough, which in the end I did have enough. I mean, I think I had 6.5 million or something like that by the end. And so, yeah, that last like week before the expedition, I could have just messed around and gone in with all my fancy juiced items and had a little bit of fun there, and even like given some things away to random raiders. But I don't know, like it de-incentivized me really using those items during the playthrough throughout that whole journey. And I don't know, it's not that I didn't have fun, but I'm like, now that I'm doing that again, I'm curious to see the next departures in 2 months, like 59 days or something like that. And am I going to do that again? Like, are we going to, for these next 2 months, am I just going to be grinding to get cash again and then not actually using the fun guns and attachments and everything? I don't know. Again, maybe this time around, there's also more time and more knowledge of like what's actually needed. So I can plan to bake in that I'm going to lose some fancy items along the way, but I don't know. I feel like they do need to. I don't know the answer. Like I don't know what they would do there to sort of incentivize you to still be able to kind of like use all your stuff. I'm not sure. I mean, that's the whole point of these games, right? You go in, you die, you lose your stuff. I'm not saying to like add more safe pockets or anything, but like, yeah, I don't know. Let me catch up on chat. Yeah, that's so funny you bring that up. I just got level 3 gunsmith bench and I loaded in with all level 4 hole cracker, level 4 tempest, blue purple attachments, and oh my god. Okay, I would be livid because yeah, I think I know in some of the other, I'm gonna guess they're gonna do it again. But last time the servers crashed, people were up in arms, and they did like a cloud server resync, and everyone got their stuff back. So I'm gonna guess they're gonna do that again. But I don't know. But yeah, that's what I was seeing right before I went live. Is I went in with all my level 4 guns and I lost them all, 50k down the drain, which kind of sucks. Point being, gonna use my fun items. Yeah, I know that. I think that's the thing. And I did a lot of stuff too, first time around, which I'm gonna be playing it a little bit different, at least a little bit different this time around, where there were some things I was like, oh, like I can't use this whole not a hole cracker, whatchamacallit, the God, why am I blanking on what it is? But the purple grenade. I don't know. I'm blanking, but I like never brought those in. One, just because of the sort of epic nature of the item, the value, and then I knew I needed value. But I'm like, okay, now I'm just gonna start having fun with some of that stuff. There's so many items the first time around I never used. Deadline mine, never used it. Had them in my thing, never used it. Yeah, you know what's funny? Even something, I said this on stream last night, even something as simple as Raider hatch keys, I wasn't using my freaking Raider hatch keys because they're worth money, right? So now, and at least the stream last night, I probably used like 3 or 4 Raider hatch keys, but oh well. Yeah, we'll see. But I am curious. Like, I don't know. It seems like we're just doing Expedition Departure 2.0. And again, maybe there's just like more transparency this time around into like what we need. And so if you just plan for it, then you can have a little bit more fun kind of along the way, knowing 2 months in advance, here's where I need to be in 2 months, right? So, dude, I know. I don't know why am I not remembering what those freaking
what sort of
things are.
Extra motivation can we give to those players who need something to do?
We've covered a bunch of areas of design in this video, but there is one large mechanical elephant.
Look at this one. That's even an earlier mock-up of that.
In the room, the machines themselves. In the first video in this series, I mentioned how one of the biggest technology investments the studio had made was in the locomotion technology driving the movement of these machines. A brand new way to create believable, intimidating enemies that adapted to having parts of their structures blown up.
They either got rid of, or maybe it kind of got transferred over into another arc.
Believable, intimidating enemies that adapted to having parts of their structures blown off. The struggle to get this technology to work was ongoing throughout the entire development of Arc Raiders, and continues today. So in the next episode in this series, we're going to explore how the arcs themselves were built. The technological struggles the teams have undergone to wrestle satisfying gameplay out of them, and what their groundbreaking technology means for the future of this game, and perhaps many more. See you then.
This one's gonna be fun. Okay, I'm gonna go grab a drink refill real quick, and then I'll be right back, and we'll watch episode 3. BRB. All right. We are back. We are back. By the way, Merry Christmas. Who's excited? Who's excited? By the way, actually, you know, as I say that, where's everyone watching from? So I was looking at my YouTube analytics. Only 60% of my, I don't know if it's the viewers or the watch time or whatever, is coming from the United States. And the other was also low, like 1% or something like that. So there's a lot of people watching not from the US, which I think is interesting. But either way, shout out to chat. Let's go. Happy holidays. Hope you all are having a good Christmas week. Before we start episode 3, I just want to check on the servers. We're going to hit retry one more time, just out of curiosity, and then we'll go start episode 3. All right, let's bring that back. We'll know if it came back based off if the music starts up. But okay, we ready? Episode 3. This is the last episode. So I don't know if this is a development documentary. So this probably is it. I'm guessing, for like this series, but I really hope and or wish that that they like release more of these types of vlogs, or even like it'd be sick if they released one of these like each major update. Like when Flickering Flames came out, they should have dropped a vlog like this talking about everything. I think that would have been sick. Yeah. We'll see. Kansas, nice. Something I've noticed that all the games have an issue is that they're all using AWS. Is this another AWS thing? Like, how are these? We need like AWS, and like Azure. We need all the cloud services to like redundantly back up each other. So when one goes down, the other one picks it up. Jeez. The servers will never be back up. Come on. Jeez. What up, Rixie? Okay. We ready for episode 3? Let's go.
Hello and welcome to the final video in our series on the development
By the
of
way,
Arc Raiders.
But I'm going to play in a second, but does everything look and sound good? The level on the YouTube video? I checked it early on. It seemed good, but let me know if I need to adjust it up or down.
In the previous 2 episodes, we detailed how Arc Raiders changed from the fast-paced co-op giant machine hunting game to a more intimate and tactical PvPvE extraction shooter. But the dream of taking down large, intelligent machines never died. In fact, it may be the defining technology pillar of this entire project. Machines never.
Look at these. What are those? Moon boots. Oh yeah, Miss Steve. Are we not entertained?
Never died. In fact, it may be the defining technology pillar of this entire project.
Okay,
I say maybe
I'm not asking
because
for Arc Raiders 1.0. I love the game as it is. I'm seeing some of these like sick things in here though that I want in the game. We need to add them in at some point.
Embark has been struggling to wrestle results out of this new tech. You see, early in Arc Raiders development, the team at Embark decided to make a gamble on an emerging technology, to make machines that would seem to move with intelligence. It's not AI in either the traditional gaming sense or in the new generative sense, but rather adopting breakthrough machine learning research in the field of real-world robotics. A way to allow the machines in this game, both large and small, to move realistically, allowing them to cross complex terrain, to react, fall, and stumble when under enemy fire, to walk, run, and jump even when one of their limbs has been blown off. I spend a lot of time talking to a lot of smart
Fallout,
people.
Yeah, for sure. I really liked it. I mean, this whole genre, I'm a big fan of. Just in terms of like the Fallout type. Machines take over, nuclear fallout, whatever. So yeah, Fallout. I mean, I played a little bit of the Fallout games, not a ton. Honestly, more like the mobile game, which I put way too much time into a while back. But the show I loved, and I was saying last night too. I don't know if you were here. I can't remember, but I would totally watch an Arc Raiders show, animated in the style of like the game and the cutscenes or live action. But I was like, I mean, essentially, the Fallout show is kind of like a version of what I think the an Arc Raiders show would look like too. But yeah, I'm excited, or I liked it, and season 2 I think is coming out soon. I can't remember. I think the trailer dropped for that though.
Understand how exactly this technology works, the groundbreaking new game design language it opens up, and frankly how difficult it is to get any.
Okay, new episode tonight. Is season 2 out, and that's like a second or third episode, or is the first episode of season 2 out tonight?
Of this to work effectively. But before we get to any of that, let's first quickly remind ourselves about the machines that populate this world, instruments of the game's antagonist, Arc. We filmed these interviews in 2024, around a year before the game's release date, so much of what the interviewees are talking about has itself changed in the 12 months since.
What work is left to do, and how is Arc Raiders likely to evolve before it's released?
second up. Sweet. I'm gonna have to watch that. I mean, especially if the servers aren't coming back up, that might be my plan for tonight.
Internally, we kind of
Watch those
broadly
2 eps.
define the enemies into aerial enemies and ground enemies, just because of how we have to build them and how they behave tends to most cleanly fall into those 2 categories. And then within those categories, it tends to be like lighter enemies, fodder style enemies that, if ignored, they'll hurt you but aren't a tremendous deal to take down, up to much heavier enemies that are a significant threat to you and take a lot of effort. So on the low end of our aerial enemies, we have the Wasp, which is just a pretty light aerial drone that is somewhat erratic in its movement. It has a light machine gun, and it will pepper you with bullets. And then its sort of big brother version is the Hornet, which has significant armor plating, which necessitates the player to either use maybe a type of grenade to take it out. They need to flank around behind it and take out its thrusters, which are unarmored. So the Rocketeer is an aerial enemy, and it's kind of what it sounds like. It's just a very large aerial drone, fairly heavily armored, and will kind of saturate areas of threat with rockets from a distance, so it kind of flushes players out.
If you want to just shoot for the center, maybe it takes a few more hits, but it's easier to hit, and each hit will kind of knock it back. So if it was getting ready to shoot at you, you can kind of throw its aim off just by knocking it a little bit. And that has always been the case. So
400 hours in there.
Concept of like a popcorn enemy, where it's like
the sort of like AAA games. I don't know. Like I had a hard time figuring those out and being really successful in there. I didn't finish sort of like even the main storylines in any of those games, but did put some hours in.
you get a lot of them and you kind of, they don't take much damage to destroy, but it's like pop, 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 it feels very satisfying.
And then our ground enemies are primarily our answer to interior spaces, which again in Pile 1,
normally we're making
in-game building you would run through at 50 kilometers an hour because our move speed was so high then it didn't matter. Whereas now you are slowed down and are interacting with containment hour because our move speed was so high then it didn't matter.
Kilo Squad activated. Operator update.
Whereas now you are slowed down and are interacting with containers, and we need a way to present threats to players in interior spaces. So we've gone through a lot of types in that area, but today we have what we just charmingly call the fireball, which is basically this metallic sphere that can roll quite easily in interiors, and then it opens up and shoots fire at you.
The initial need was to have an enemy that was really fast and that could really catch up to players, right? Like we needed something that would be able to traverse our world in the game is beautiful, but it has quite a lot of complex geometry, and you know, there's all of this verticality and all of these slopes, and it's quite difficult for many ground moving enemies to navigate. So we were like, okay, we need something that can be on the ground, moving enemies to navigate. So we were like, okay, we need something that can be on the ground, but that can really go after players when they're like zooming around and jumping and bolting and going with their snap hooks and stuff. And then we were like, oh, wait a second. A ball.
Yeah. You don't need legs, you don't need wheels, you don't need tracks, just roll.
It just goes to where it needs to be, right?
And we have another one called the Tick, which is kind of a creepy little spiderish robot, and it can cling to walls and like hop off of them, and it will summon other enemies if you get close to them.
So the loot from the AI are the ones that are nicer. So like you find the core from one of the enemies, it's a grenade. There's an enemy that calls other enemies. The piece of it does the same, so it can trap another player. Just like throw the thing, and enemies will drop on them. So like we are trying to make you use of the loot that way.
The first step on the journey to realistic machines is creating a world in which physics are accurate. Most games will animate their characters irrespective of the laws of physics, but if Embark was going to create a world in which intelligent robots could walk around as they saw fit, they had to ensure that laws like mass and gravity were consistent, that the world of Arc Raiders was capable of creating emergent moments between player, machine, and environment.
Our enemies are fully physicalized. All parts, everything, they use physics to an extent that sometimes it's even a challenge. Because if we really want the drone to do a barrel roll, it can't because of their weight and the thrusters. All of that is super realistic in the game, right? So it's not easy to justify it doing a barrel roll. And all the parts of the drones as well can be peeled off, and the drone will actually react to that. If it has one thrusters left, it's going to try to shoot, and that it's going to impact its trajectory and all of that.
I think it's a choice between control versus emergence, really, because like if you want to be able to say, like, look at a game like Dark Souls or something, Bloodborne, where they have these enemies that have really specific patterns, and it's like they want the player to learn, okay, after 3 seconds it's going to move to the left, and then it does this move which takes X amount of time, and then something else happens. If you want that kind of control, you cannot use physics.
Because a lot of design philosophies, especially with enemy design, are really difficult to pull off when you have this type of systems, because it's so much about pattern recognition, right? Like you have an enemy moving in a certain way and like, oh, that's the opening for the attack, I can go in. Or you as a player know that like if I do this, I'm gonna get this reaction from it, and that's gonna happen every time. And that's what games like Dark Souls, like Monster Hunter kind of rely upon. And we had this ambition to have boss fights in that same arena of like Dark Souls, Monster Hunter, like having all of that compelling pattern recognition. But then we also realized like having all of that compelling pattern recognition. But then we also realized that, well, if you knock it in a certain way and the slope is a little bit angled and, you know, maybe someone else is standing somewhere else and firing off a grenade, then that is not going to work. You're not going to have the pattern that you thought.
Like if you've got a big enemy flying in the middle of a pack of smaller drones and you throw a grenade and it explodes, and then maybe one of the engines flies off and hits this other one, which then like crashes to the side. You get all of this stuff, kind of these cinematic moments that are really memorable, and that's not something anyone's designed as such. It's just something that's happened naturally, which is really cool, and like we thought it was worth that.
Exactly.
Versus having to struggle with, okay, maybe we don't get to do exactly what we want all the time, but we get these cool, memorable moments that can just occur without anyone having planned them.
Getting physics to work for barrels or grenades is one thing. Getting physics to work for drones with parts that can be blown off is a whole other challenge. But getting physics to work for machines the size of buildings is an entirely different story. This is due to the nature of most game engines and physics simulations. Games are not used to calculating mass at that scale, and having enemies weighing thousands of tons creates challenges in how they move and interact within the world. Because sand in video games isn't sand, it's geometry, texture, and shaders. Because rock and dirt doesn't crumble under the weight of heavy things in most games.
Inside the simulation, there are just numbers at work here. So the weights of things are there. So you set, you know, this leg weighs 6 tons, or, you know, the center of mass of this robot should be 10,000 kilos or something like that. But to get it to support its own weight, you have to set values on how much strength each limb has. And when you start dealing with like very, very insane numbers to try and support the thing, you get behaviors which are...
Okay. For some reason I thought I heard the game.
Sort of uncanny. Very, very stiff legs that sort of like have a lot of energy, but they do small little inputs like this against the ground, and you get sort of like rigid bounciness happening. And if you want to dial that down, then you get something that can't support itself and it starts to trip or fall over and this sort of thing. So there's this middle ground, which was really hard to find to make it look natural, but also give it the power to actually locomote.
Oh my gosh, that is wild.
It is a classic game issue that when you have physics, they are not penetrating each other, right? You have things and it's resting on top of something. You don't get it buried deep beneath, right? And if we're talking about these big bosses, they would bury themselves into concrete or anything, right? Not just sand. But we can't really do that in games without a lot of smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, it really breaks the illusion when you want to see like an at foot kind of like come towards Luke's speeder and go, and that doesn't happen. What happens is it kind of goes, like this, and you're kind of like, huh, I thought this thing was supposed to be huge and big, right? It just doesn't sell it.
Early in the development of Arc Raiders, the team at Embark decided to establish a team to explore the possibility of using groundbreaking research in the field of robotics to enable the enemies to locomote independently of any preset animations. Decision-making would be made using independently of any preset animations. Decision-making would be made using game logic, but how a machine got from A to B would be decided by a brain, generated using machine learning.
You know those Boston Dynamics videos where they try and teach a bipedal robot how to jump up on a box?
Yeah.
That's kind of like what Arc Raiders is trying to do, but instead their robots are way bigger and they have way more legs. And crucially, they have to be able to do something that traditional games can't. And that's when you blow off one of those legs, those robots have to be able to adapt.
I think, as I've been told, like their objectives has been much closer to the same objectives as Boston Dynamics has, rather than game design problems of like literally figuring out how these machines will navigate with their...
Restart your game. I just got in, getting different errors now. Progress.
Own vision, and like they had to be physically accurate also, where you put the engines and the downwash and all that has to be accurately, they have to be in accurate locations for it to work. What's exciting and what's still exciting is the fact that using this technology for our locomotion system is the losing limbs and still it wants to stand up. It just opens that door to the imagination of what is self-preservance like, and how that speaks back to the players. So to us, that when we saw that, at least that is an exciting prospect of a new type of experience that players haven't had before, I think. They're literally playing against a machine.
The ML only did at that point locomotion. So that was responsible to make it go from point A to B, and that's it. No ML in decision making whatsoever. So it depends a little bit on the model. So some models, no ML in decision making.
Rifle, grappling hook.
Whatsoever. So it depends a little bit on the model. So some models consume a lot of memory. That is maybe the biggest consideration. And some language models and such consume gigabytes of memory. But this locomotion does not consume that much. So I'd say the expensive part of ML is what we call observations. And that is actually not really ML per se. That is just how the agents get information about the world. So they don't see the world the way a player sees it, of course. They have to, if they want to see a wall, you have to sort of line trace or do a shape cast to see it or detect it. Mm-hmm. And we need to do a lot of those, maybe thousands. So they get an idea of what kind of environment they are in. At least this is the case for locomotion.
The road to getting this locomotion system to work has been long and difficult, and it involves several different stakeholders from within the team, from animators to technical animators, artists and gameplay engineers. It also required the studio to look outside into the world of research.
I did my PhD in mathematics and thought pure mathematics was a bit too dry, so then I found applications, and the application I found was applying machine learning to biology. So I worked on hereditary diseases like diabetes and Crohn's disease and stuff like that, and tried to identify the target genes that were involved with that through machine learning. Like, it's completely revolutionized the field. I think there's very soon we will see a Nobel Prize to DeepMind, Google DeepMind, for their work on biology applications of machine.
A month after this interview, Google's DeepMind's Demi Azabi and Dr. John Jumper were co-awarded. Cool.
Learning. Like, that's the...
Cool.
I'm certain of it, yeah.
Really early on we had, there was a test where even though the gait, so the way it walked, was kind of meh, we threw boxes at it. So we were just throwing these, I think there were 100-kilogram boxes, and it just reacted, and that's when you see, holy shit, there's a magic here. From an animation perspective, I'm used to, okay, how would I break this down into, let's say, a sequence of animations that can, in this case, it would be, we can throw a box at this from any angle, in any direction, in any weight or whatever. And I'm thinking of the animation complexity, so, well, how do I handle arbitrary complexity? Well, then I need to have infinite amount of animations or blending, and that is just a nightmare, which is why you often see things like,
you know, if I punch you in the shoulder in a video game, you just do this, cave-in animation, or, you know, the can sequence.
And the funny thing with this tech, I think, is that it's kind of partially ruined animations in other games for me a little bit. So now when I look at other games, I'm like, wait, the center of gravity is off here. Like this doesn't feel right anymore, and it really annoys me.
A connoisseur of animation, I hear.
But everything else they do looks so good. Like when they walk like on a flat ground, like that's an authored animation cycle that looks really good and animated me like, I want to convey this sense of weight, this sense of menace in this gate, or like this sense of joy or whatever. And we just take whatever the robots give us, and it looks frequently kind of shitty in comparison to these like Disney walks, right?
Yeah.
But on the other hand, when you throw something at it, or when it slips, or when the ground is not even, our robots do the right stuff. And their robots are not robots. They don't do the right stuff. They just like apply some kind of one out of their 20 animations that they have, and it doesn't fit.
The process of training these brains is complicated. It essentially requires somebody to give the brain certain conditions, have it train using those conditions, and then testing the brain in a machine and seeing what it does right and what it does wrong. An example of a condition could be, if an enemy is far away, run fast to get to them.
That's the
An example of a condition.
Scroll wheel. Quick wheel. Kind of pretty similar. Same but different.
Could be, if an enemy is far away, run fast to get to them. Or, if a human enemy is firing at you, attempt to jump over them. The core problem with this work is that once one of the brains is baked, you can't simply tweak its behavior. You have to go back to the original conditions, retrain the entire brain, and then test to see if the new brain works better. And this causes a problem, because the solutions that a human might have can be very different to the solutions these robot brains come up with.
We found
the rocket boots. What the heck? See, I could see this like a quick use item, right? Like, I don't know. I don't want to like too much Fortnite this game out, and it kind of has like Fortnite vibes, but still, some of that stuff does seem cool.
Some fun at playing against the big ML. And
like, how do you... I feel like it would make sense, right? That the Raiders would, like, use Arc Tech to try to beat the Arc. So, some, like, Hornet thruster boots or something, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that makes sense.
Enemies, right? And the problem was
In-game.
to replicate that fun. It was very difficult because it's not predictable. It's very hard to just say, do this, right? It doesn't. It doesn't follow orders that way. You have to train it and teach it. And sometimes it finds weird ways to get to do things more efficiently. Like removing all the... finds
Nice
weird
little
ways
Easter
to
egg.
get...
Andy Weir, Project Hail Mary. I think that movie comes out in... February? Question mark? The gauze?
To do things more efficiently.
What
like
is-
removing
what
all
is
the
that
legs,
thing
finds
next to the
weird
book?
ways
What
to
is
get
this?
to
Why does that look like a pistol?
do things more efficiently.
I
like removing all the legs but two from the ground
I don't know.
because that's
Question mark?
faster for it. But then it looks silly. It doesn't become a menacing enemy that we wanted, right? So we always had that dilemma dealing with ML that is not the predictability part of it.
The damn agent learned that if I just shove my foot into the ground really hard, faster than the server can keep up, I can use the penetration to bounce myself, right?
A typical example was that we give it a cookie when it reaches or when it moves towards a flag, right?
Yeah.
And when it gets to the flag, we move the flag to a new place, right? At some point in time, we try to train it like the closer it was to the flag, the bigger the reward it got, like the better the cookie, right? And what it learned, of course, was that it runs up to the flag and then stops like with its nose like this close to the damn thing. And it's like, I know if I touch it, it goes away and stuff starts hurting. Like that's much worse. But you're touching something that I think has been a huge problem, which is the interaction between game designers and the ML loop. Like that's been really hard.
That's so funny.
For a long time, I felt like
so
the game
funny.
designers would ask us something, and we think that's possible. Let us get back to you. And then 3 months later, we'd be like, yeah, now we have the stomp attack request, and they're like, oh, we worked around that now.
The team at Embark has tackled these issues with a number of solutions, one being training the brains on actual animation data to help guide their movement, almost like giving the brain a template to work from. And another has been, instead of baking one brain for each machine, giving them multiple brains that focus on specific tasks. This in particular has proved helpful for both getting the machines to work properly and empowering developers in how they tweak machine behavior.
And I think it's only fairly recently that we've managed to get the locomotion components we've been working on predictable and diverse enough that they feel like they have building blocks that they can use by themselves instead of involving us in every single step. They can be like, okay, I know I have the stop behavior, I have the patrol behavior, I have the assault behavior, and I have the melee behavior. Now I can combine these as I want to and create good game design with it.
As you've probably talked about, it's very tricky to get ML to do things with extreme intent, and we've tended to try to ask it to do jobs it's bad at, which is telegraph and attack with precision. So trying to work through those problems where we've got this thing that walks very competently across complex terrain. How do we turn that into a game loop that feels satisfying?
Like our reinforcement learning and machine learning efforts into locomotion is something that is being used today to some extent, maybe not to the full extent that we were hoping as we started, and that proved to be far more difficult than we expected. But we are using it today, it's a part of the game, and it makes the game feel very different than any other game. And that technology will evolve over time. So we were just a little bit I think too early with it, and didn't maybe have enough resources and knowledge to figure it out at the time.
I think we are getting to a point now where we are getting more and more comfortable with it. So that's why we want to keep it. It's still an ambition. That's why we always have at least one enemy in the game with it. But it is much more complicated. We just did a new prototype of one big enemy like those without machine learning, with procedural animation. And it got the results, as I said, like I can say, just stop there, put the leg here. And do things like that. It was much simpler to produce. But we had a couple animators full-time on it for 6 months. Right. So that's the trade-off there.
Yeah. Interesting.
Arc Raiders is launching into one of the least predictable video game markets ever, where players demand exciting new experiences that they can play with their friends for days, weeks, and months at a time. But this reality hasn't stopped Embark from taking bold risks when it comes to gameplay or technology. In both Arc Raiders and the finals, it's clear to see how much of a thirst the studio has for evolving any given genre, even if it takes years of experimenting. And while I've been embedded in the development of Arc Raiders, it's also been clear to me that they're not scared to tear up lukewarm ideas that don't reach their lofty goals. Time will tell what type of audience Arc Raiders ultimately receives. We produced these videos long before the game's release. But one thing is for sure, no matter how Arc Raiders launches, in Embark's hands this game is going to continue to evolve, to take risks, and to push technology and, more importantly, gameplay forward.
Let's freaking go. Dude, shout out. Okay, that was sick. That was sick. That was a lot of fun. Make sure, like I said, that you guys go over to Arc Raiders YouTube channel, smash like on those 3 videos as well. If you're watching on replay, I'll go through at the end, so this will be there for you. And I'll put links to the playlist. I'll put a link to their playlist down in the description. But yeah, that was fun. I need more content like that from them. That was sick. Like I said, I feel like if they did a 30-minute vlog documentary with at least each major sort of update, if not like a weekly or a monthly thing. So I mean, I think I guess there's probably going to be like a major update every 2 months with if they stick with this expedition departure cycle of 2 months there. So yeah, and I don't think there was anything major released related to community highlights. Dude, can we watch that? That's 13 days ago. Let's see. Yeah, there was nothing released for the Cold Snap or Flickering Flames stuff. No long form. I mean, there was like these trailers and stuff. But, yeah. Cool. I'm curious. What is this?
And there was a guy chasing me.
Oh yeah, the guy is shooting at me. Okay, that's bad. I'm just... Oh, he is here. On me.
I have two. I'm 1 HP.
He's so low, he's dead.
Nice.
Dude, how is
Bro
Bro
no
still
shield.
alive?
There are 3 people. There's one
Nice.
last guy. Last guy's dead.
How to upgrade a tick? Wolfpack was the thing I was trying to remember earlier. I had like I think I finished the expedition with probably, I don't know, a dozen in my stash. Never used them. Let's go, boys. You use them daily? Yeah.
Hey,
I know.
I'm sorry.
Bro ended it. This is where the sort of sewer tunnel that I was talking about that I fought the Libra.
It looks sick though. Oh my god, it's crawling! Oh my god! Oh shit! Oh my god!
Bro. Bro's over encumbered. Drop your weapon. Drop a weapon.
Run! Big up! Run! Freaking up, run! Oh my god! I'm dead!
He's dead.
You're dead! Oh my god! Oh, karma!
All three of them. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no, he missed the zip. He missed the zip.
Raider Flare.
I saw the message, but you got the best.
Bro, the screen goes like, it zooms out and shit, so I don't know where I am. Cause I move so fast.
Oh, I thought he missed the zip.
Is someone opening this?
Someone's opening it. Get ready, bro. But let us to the ready, boys.
Wait. Welcome!
Oh my gosh, that's nasty work. Nasty work. 3-on-1, just sitting there waiting for him.
He has to go for the res.
Snap hook.
Oh my god! Oh my god, you did!
I'm EMPing him.
Oh, nice. Oh. With your axe.
I tried, but he shot me a rocket on the way down.
Yeah! I'm on it!
Yeah! I'm gonna get it!
What was... So what is bro throwing here? Is he throwing a Hornet driver?
I'm peeing him.
Oh, nice. Oh. With your... Oh, I'm on it!
Oh my god, I didn't even notice. He's on it. Oh my god, I didn't even notice. Oh my god.
I'm flying so...
Oh! It dumped him. It dumped him.
Uh-oh.
Dude, I've never seen
stay
that
still,
before.
Stay near, stay near, stay near, stay near! Stay near, stay near, stay near. It's okay, we activated the elevator. We activated the elevator. Ah! Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. Get in the elevator, get in the elevator, get in the elevator right now. Get in the elevator right now. Go, get in, get in, get in, get in, get in, get in.
Oh, he better make it.
Get in, get in.
Oh, he better make it. Oh my gosh.
Hey, Raider!
Bro couldn't have waited 2 more seconds. A betrayal. Keep your gun in your pocket. Put your gun in your pocket. You need a bandage. Is he faking you out? He's gonna kill him now.
Okay!
He pulled his gun out. He pulled his gun out. Oh my god, he pulled it. He killed him with his Raider tool.
I've seen someone use those against it. It gets it to the part where it's on fire. I mean.
Okay, then okay, let's do it. Oh, shut up.
See the leaper.
Ready, guys?
Sure. Yep. Okay. Okay.
Oh jeez. This is
Don't
how
worry,
I
just
do leapers. I fight them in buildings like this.
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
How good. How good. You love it. You love it. All right. Should we take a look? Let's. All right. We'll retry once. We can try. I'll bring some lo-fi up just to have a little background. We could try killing the game and then fully restarting. Dude, I don't know. What is everyone saying? Are the servers still down? Steam still down? We're on PS5, so don't really need Steam to be back up, but I need the actual, I don't know if those are separate or what, but man, I mean, we could watch some of these other lore videos. Down, try it on PC and Xbox. No! What's the Discord saying? What is the Discord saying? Arc Raiders. Our servers up. Our servers up. People are saying servers are up. Still down. Holy ball knowledge. Matchmaking right now. Bro, I'm leaving Mexico tomorrow. Please let me in. Yeah, stuff in game is for connection is lost. Arc and Arc are down. Server up, loading into raid right now. Need a refund. Shut up. I'm not reading that one. First time. Oh well. Starting playing on my GameCube. Bro, these are actually kind of funny. Alright, this didn't work. Let's restart the game. I don't think that's gonna do anything, but let's close. Load. Let's see, keep reading. Every game is down, watch your back. First, servers are up, I'm in. I mean, that must just be people living. Still down for us, Xbox and UK. Dreamcast servers are good. Bro, those are funny. Okay, I'm still not in. Bobcat Blueprints. Can't log in, but can log in, but can't get into raid. I mean, I can't even log in. Game's not loading at all for me. Restart, back in. Working in the USA. It's up, but can't load in the game. Oh, jeez. Lies, can't start a match. Yeah. Let's see, what did, let's look at the AWS status page. That is bright. That is bright. It says no recent issues. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's like something else, but let's see. Man, yeah. It is unfortunate, both for players and of these games, just the timing. Because, like, today was probably the first, like, real big day, Christmas Eve, that, like, everyone was off, and probably could have been playing, at least tonight. And, like, you know, if you were like me when I was a kid growing up, there was always like the one item I would ask my parents if I could have it early on Christmas Eve, or open it early, and like this would have been the one. Like, especially if I hadn't bought the game yet and I was waiting, I'd be like, oh, let me get this one. Play on Christmas Eve night. Server's still down. Gonna lose my inventory. A Candleberry, start a game. Merry Christmas. Yo, it's up in Brazil. I'm not believing anyone right now. Yeah, see, I know. Showdown, like, that's what I mean. It's like sucky. Because whatever, even for players that have been playing the game, and you're like planning for like whatever, today or tonight to have been a time to get into the game, and you can't. The last time there was that major server issue, I think it was only down for like a couple of hours. Middle of the day from memory. Like, I can't even remember. I don't even think it was at nighttime. Middle of the day. The concerning thing would be that it's Christmas Eve. And, like, I don't know. employee downtime, I wonder if they're not able to resolve the issue that's causing it quick enough. Do you think it's because it's too many people logging on? I don't think so. That would be kind of shocking if they can't balance that server load. I mean, that's literally what these companies do. So, but maybe, I don't know. Can't understand why they can't fix it. I know. If you remember, they came out with sort of a reason or explanation the last time too. Not Arc, but or not Embark, but actually I think that was the Azure outage. I don't know, I can't remember. But they said I don't know, I can't remember what the thing was either, but they launched an update that caused an issue. Shut it all down. That was the one where I think it was the AWS outage. And there's so many things that rely on AWS, like the 8 sleep mattresses and the mattresses, I don't know. I think that was the example. And it's the mattress that can change its shape or whatever. And the servers went out and the mattresses got stuck in a specific position. Absolutely wild. Hilarious, sad. And then the funny thing was they came out afterwards with an offline mode for those mattresses so that if that happens again, that you can actually press and hold a button. And you might have actually been able to do that already, but I think maybe most people didn't know how to do that. But you can adjust it even if the servers are down. Wild though. Let's see. Showdown, sorry. Yeah, agreed. Same. We're all hurting. Might be, but considering it's a big company, you'd think they'd have better ways to go about. I agree. And it is AWS. They're these, I guess that makes sense, right? Or no? No. Amazon doesn't own Steam, do they? Amazon owns Twitch. But all these, Embark, Arc Raiders is on AWS, along with Fortnite, COD. They're all using Steam, and Steam. They're all using AWS. If so, I mean yeah, I agree. If this takes till the next day after Christmas, I might need a refund, not gonna lie. Man, did you just buy it? So you haven't even gotten in game yet? Our server is down. What time is it? 43? Just checking the timestamp. Need an announcement from Arc. Okay, there was one actually. Raiders. The team is aware of the current connection issues and is actively investigating them. We'll share an update as soon as the server's back to normal. Stay warm, Raiders. Sheesh. So that was 2 hours ago. That was 2.5 hours ago. That was 2.5 hours ago. Where's the update? We need an update. Oh my gosh. Dude, are we, I think maybe we'll watch some of these lore videos then. Yeah, for good luck, we'll hit it one more time. Dude, I know. What the heck? A few hours ago, went to dinner. I was looking forward to playing after dinner, and then this. I know. I didn't play earlier today, but I assume everything was up and working throughout the day and then crashed. I think like right before I was gonna go live, because I was gonna go live at like 8:30, and it seemed like it crashed right then. This is a long retry, right? Is that good news? No. No. Okay, what I think I'm stuck in denial that that there's actually an issue. I think it's, yeah. It's just my internet, right? Servers aren't down, it's just my internet. It'll be back any second, right? Right. Killing me. Okay, should we... Y'all want to watch some of these lore videos? There's 3 of them here. Again, we'll drop some links to these down in the description as well. Kingdom Come time. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I do need to figure out what the next game is going to be on the channel, because we've been bouncing back and forth between 2 games, Ark Raiders and Jurassic World Evolution 3. And I'm pretty sure we're going to finish the campaign for Evolution 3 this weekend. Going to be jumping back into that on Sunday. And this past Sunday, I pushed through way further than I planned. Like, I don't know, that was a long stream, like 7 hours or something absolutely wild. Yeah, now we are just going to be going back in and like trying to 5-star all the maps there. And so if I do finish that this weekend, then I need to pick my second game. I think, like, I don't know, for a while, for now, for the foreseeable future, Ark Raiders is going to be like the main game on the channel that we're going to keep coming back into until I get tired of it. But like right now, I'm all in, at least for this next expedition, and I'm going to do the expedition, and then I want to build. We're going to build back up, right? So like, I'm in Ark Raiders at least for another 3 months. Two to build into the expedition, at least another month after that to build up. And then I think around then, I'm going to try to decide if there's another expedition and departure, and whether we're going to do it or not. So, when can we play? I don't know. I was just checking the Discord, Ark Raiders Discord, and the last update from the team was 2.5 hours ago, saying they're aware of the connection issues and will share an update as soon as the servers are back to normal. And as we click retry, the servers are not back to normal. Unfortunately. There's a voice. What are these? Rando people? Yeah, we're not gonna go in there. Who knows what they're saying? Okay, let's I'm gonna pull this back up. Okay, I'm gonna drop the lo-fi. I haven't watched any of these, but these 3 seem to be the big ones. 88,000 views, 34, 208,000. So I think maybe we'll just watch potentially all 3, but we can go down the line. at least see what the deal is. Let's see.
Ark robots actually are? Well, how about what happened to the world itself? Are there any other human settlements? Why do raiders go topside and so on? Well, there's actually a bunch of really cool and interesting lore that the game doesn't really tell you unless you go looking for it. While we aren't a lore channel, we do love a good world and story. We love learning more about the games we enjoy playing and getting an understanding of the story behind them and what we're experiencing while playing. So we thought some of you may want to know what exactly is going on too, in between blasting all of those rat players away and all of those don't shoot emotes that you hear. So let's dive.
1.5 million. RX Gaming, never heard of you.
In and answer some burning questions to better understand the world of Ark Raiders. Do tell us if you like this kind of video. Would you like more lore videos or Ark Raiders?
Dude, how sick is that? What the heck? Dude, that is sick.
Do tell us if you like this kind of video. Would you like more lore videos or just our usual?
So again, it's not there for live chat, but if you're watching on replay, link for this video is going to be down in the description below. Head over there, like the video, go watch it over there as well.
Guides. We'll go with whatever gets the most votes below. And while there is a lot of fun theories and information out there, this video is made using official lore and codex entries, so hopefully we can pass this information along correctly. So first we have to start by understanding the different eras that the world went through before the Ark showed up. This brings us to the Collapse, a time said to have happened many generations ago, where various combinations of devastating natural disasters synchronized together to rid the Earth of her inhabitants, wiping out most evidence of what life was like before. From floods to scorching fires and earthquakes, it was terrible. It was a devastating event, and not much before that is even known outside of the remains of previous civilizations that we see, like the now abandoned, buried, and forgotten cities on the surface. And this includes the buried city map itself that you've probably played on. This was recently uncovered by strong winds, revealing parts of the city, which was once known as Murano before the collapse, and you can see this in the signs around the city itself. But there was still hope for people after the collapse. It's said that some societies survived, though after generations of darkness and decay, their tales have merged together with those of legends and lies. But this wasn't the fate of all humans, as there was also an historic event called the Exodus. You see, technology was fairly well advanced before the collapse, and space travel was just becoming an option for those who could afford it, seemingly through a company called Acera, an option for those who could afford.
By the way, if anyone plays this, so this is Bluegate. This is, I think this is the Bluegate one, yeah, because I just did another quest here. There's a gun case right here, right up here, and you get to it by climbing up on this little platform here, then vault up to here, then vault up to here, and then you can kind of like walk around and grab that gun case right there. Pro tip.
Seemingly through a company called Acera. They say it's said that the world collapsed and a handful of valorous survivors managed to escape the destruction into outer space, boarding marvels of technology now long lost to the devastation. The cool part of this is that it ties into the spaceport map that we actually play on. You actually get to see an example of a launch tower that was used to fire those rockets
Acera Regional Spaceport.
It's off into space. They say, visible from miles away, the launch towers are a colossal monument to the fabled Exodus. They mark the end of what must have been an era of unimaginable technological progress, an era nearly impossible to imagine for those who gaze upon the towers today. This is where the Exodus shuttles, vessels of hope and desperation, once roared into the heavens, leaving Earth behind. And well, this is particularly cool, because while we're currently playing across different areas of Earth, we know there are surviving people out there in space. Perhaps in the future we might get maps in space, on space stations, or even something like the moon. That really...
maybe, like, I don't know if we're going to learn about this, but Scotty, linked to his channel down in the description below. Scotty asked something yesterday, too, that made me wonder, where do we go when we depart? Like, there's Speranza, but like when we depart, where are we going? Are we going to space? Question mark?
Would be something. Another cool thing to know about the Exodus is the network of tunnels, tubes, and extract points that we use in-game to ride out to the different map locations, and these were actually built during the Exodus's construction efforts for transporting tons of materials between major sites, creating a vast network of cargo elevators and rapid transport systems, which have now been repurposed and integrated into a civilian metro line. So with what I imagine to be the wealthy and elite gone from the Earth into outer...
By the way, so like these cutscenes, this is the animation that I'm talking about that I could totally see them making a TV show on in that style, which I would eat that up.
Out of space and most of the Earth's population wiped out through the collapse, things were looking dire. But then came the age of Sunrise. It's still remembered by those old enough who...
So we had collapse. Are these... Oh yeah. We had the collapse, then the Exodus, then Sunrise.
Still live. They say generations after the collapse, this new era was marked by signs of restoration of the planet's ecology, as well as the rediscovery of old technology, and even some degree of organized society. You see, it was a time of optimism, when things started looking good once again, and many believed the worst was behind them, and they could rebuild and live instead of just surviving. Through this progress, those that survived started to rebuild and improve their lives. And it's during this time that the hydroponic domes were built to make people less reliant on gathering food. We can actually see and explore these domes in the Dam Battlegrounds map. They say they're situated in the fetid swamp by the Alcantara Dam. The hydroponic domes are both makeshift and more recent than the other structures in the area. It is said they've been built during the era of Sunrise, an optimistic experiment to turn society less reliant on gathered roots, mushrooms, and berries. So humanity had a brief pause and a breather between all of the disasters. And then, well, things went from bad to worse. The Ark arrived in a historic event known as the First Wave, said to be burnt into the memories of those who lived to tell the tale. You see, Ark robots began raining down from the skies in large numbers, wiping out any semblance of progress and stability from the era of Sunrise. The First Wave Ark, however, were very different from those we fight in-game now. They were completely rudimentary, and the first raiders very quickly found and targeted their weaknesses. They even built an extensive network of outposts and defensive structures to help support their resistance, many of which are still seen topside in the maps now. Furthermore, if you've ever wondered why the Ark robots are called Ark, well, it's because those who are topside are referring to the arc-shaped display on their radar systems when they fly in from orbit, which leaves an arc on the monitor, hence the robots being called Ark. While it isn't known for sure, raiders have speculated on why the Ark have showed up and what their purpose is. What we do know from the Codex is that they have widely been observed probing the soil in great numbers, before harvesting natural resources with devastating efficiency. We can actually see this in the Harvest event in-game. It's a big structure guarded by a giant Queen Ark that gathers resources to send back into orbit.
I've never been in here, by the way. I've been to the Harvester events and like shot the Queen, but I've never actually been inside the Harvester and hadn't even seen it until watching somebody stream the other day. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Also theorized that the Ark were created by the humans that left to go into space and are being used to gather resources that they need, while others think they may be alien machines, so there's quite a few theories out there. but what is known for sure is that the first wave fight was a hard battle. But the Raiders were resisting well, and then came the Barons. The pinnacle of the Ark machines during the first wave, the Barons were a 6-legged mechanical walker with an imposing appearance, powerful attacks, and surprisingly adaptive behavior. The Baron was a formidable foe for the first wave Raiders, and after the last Baron was brought down during the first wave, they were never seen again in the Rust Belt, although stories from afar claim that Barons are still roaming desolated parts of Calabretta. A really cool thing is that you can actually find the ruined and rusted husks of Barons out in the in-game maps. They stand as a reminder of the impact of the first wave. The first wave eventually ended with the Battle of Victory Ridge, which actually happened on the Dam Battlegrounds map itself. They say the Victory Ridge is a rocky outcrop west of the Alcantara Dam. It was the scene of a fierce battle between Ark and organized raiders fighting from elevated positions along the ridge. The battle then marked the end of the first wave. So, humanity basically beat the Ark back. But the Ark are clever and they do adapt. We know from the Codex that the Ark's security forces are constantly refining their designs and tactics in the face of new threats. And so, this brings us to now, when we play, during what is called the second wave, a return of the Ark robots, but this time they've been improved and upgraded. The rudimentary machines of the first wave were nothing compared to the now sophisticated designs of the second. This forced humanity to hide underground, leading to a constant arms race between Raiders and Ark. Much of the gear we actually use in-game is the result of reverse-engineered Ark tech. We know that inventors across Toledo have sought to repurpose Ark technology in a way to stay ahead, leading to the development of energy-based shields and various makeshift gadgets and grenades. So it's pretty cool that the shields we get in-game are actually made from Ark tech. And then we have Speranza, the oldest neighborhood of the underground city.
Makes sense, because you can recycle shields into Ark alloy.
Of Toledo. It was established as an independent settlement at the start of the second wave, and it was built into old subterranean infrastructure and buildings that were swallowed by sinkholes in the past. But the entire underground city of Toledo is much bigger, and it's made up of a patchwork collection of secluded neighborhoods that are isolated communities as they're very far away from each other and separated by rubble. They tend to look out for their own, but they have been known to collaborate together in the past. And this is where we as Raiders come in. We are the only source of rare goods for most of the inhabitants of Toledo. But with these different
what is this Toledo thing? And did I miss something there? Like Toledo?
Isolated neighborhoods, it's caused Raiders to become territorial and hostile to each other. And this is reflected in the PvP of the game. Everyone is out for themselves and their community, trying to get the best loot back home, even if it means taking it off another raider. So there is some really cool lore behind the world, the Ark robots, the maps, and the things we encounter in-game. It's been really fun diving into all of this and learning more about the game, so do tell us if you want more lore videos or just more guides. We're happy to do either. And if you enjoyed this, a quick like is a great way to support us as well. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Here at Arix Gaming, we're two friends who love to play games. You have me, Paradise.
Cool. Reminder, link for that down in the description below if you're watching on replay. Let's check out Rockhound Black's video.
While we wait for the next step in Ark Raiders' journey to launch, let's run through what we know so far about the game's narrative.
Wow, this is 7 months ago? I'm curious if there's even enough. Was there that much info on this back then?
Narrative, so that when you finally get to jump into the game, you'll have a better sense of why you're actually playing as a raider.
Let's see.
Before we dive into the Ark Raiders lore, if this is your first time viewing my channel, just know that I've been following each step of Ark Raiders' road to launch since 2019.
Okay.
Longer than any other content creator out there, so you can expect a decent depth of knowledge and detail about this game from me. If that sounds like the sort of content you'd like to see more of, please consider hitting that subscribe button.
Sweet.
I'm also part of Embark Studios' content creator program, and although this particular video...
Dude, is that a YouTube feature that I don't know about? When he said subscribe, the subscribe button glowed.
Video isn't sponsored by them, I've tagged it as a promotion to keep that relationship nice and transparent. Okay, with that gratuitous ad for my channel and disclosure out of the way, let's talk game lore. We've already had a bad motion to keep that, and although this particular video isn't sponsored by them, I've tagged it as a promotion to keep that relationship nice and transparent.
Okay, cool.
Okay, with that gratuitous ad for my channel and disclosure out of the way, let's talk game lore. We've already had a bunch of information, and there are some inferences we can make that help us to narrow down the history leading up to the present time in game. Some of that info came to us before the most recent tech test, so we probably need to assume that some of these details might have already changed, but I think the overall picture we can work out here won't have changed too much. Up front, we're told that the current year in game is 2180, and it's also clear that things on Earth are not what we would consider to be normal. We have a community living underground in Speranza, which is a neighborhood of a city called Toledo, which is located in the part of the world that was formerly known as Italy. Above.
Okay. Toledo, Italy, Speranza. Got it.
Ground, the Rust Belt is a dystopian environment.
I thought we were talking about Toledo, Ohio. I was trying to find a hole in the Italy storyline.
Environment packed with rundown buildings, abandoned and rusted vehicles, and debris, all of which is actively patrolled by a variety of ARC machines in the air, on the ground, or mounted on and in buildings.
Oh boy. Are the servers back up? Are the servers back up? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, hold on. Let's just try to load into a game real quick and see if we actually just get in. Cold snap. I don't even remember what I need to do.
If you run out of bullets, there's often ways to improvise, provided you're creative enough.
Let me see. Spaceport. Spaceport. Okay, let's go to Spaceport. Let's just see if we get in. Are we getting a Christmas miracle? Are we getting a Christmas miracle? Oh my gosh. Well, okay, this means nothing. Because this has happened to me before, where I get to this screen and then you get stuck on this screen and you never actually get in game. Come on, fingers crossed. I think we're in game. Dude, let's go. Servers are back. No update from Embark yet, but
This is Shani. If you
dude,
spot
let's
one of the
go.
surveyors, try to stun it before you engage. They're said to be full of rare
Chat.
ARC tech, so we might both come
Chat,
out of this
FYI,
ahead.
servers are back. Servers are back. Okay, what do we need to do? Spaceport, search Belgian's hideout. Okay, which? Container storage. So I think it's this thing right there.
Go to that location.
And then what's the other thing? Container departure building. I think we go here first, then maybe try to push to departure building. Also, should we try to take this lever out? Thanks, bro.
Okay.
Yo, servers are back up. Let's go. Dude, this is so funny. There honestly probably isn't that many people here. Should we... Oh, look. Bro's zipping up.
By the launch towers.
We're going up. Calling an audible. Calling an audible.
Yeah, drop the beat.
Drop it. Drop the beat. Let's go. All good, all good. Where is that guy? Oh, there he is. Cool, cool. Nice. Got that leaper. Dude, it's a Christmas miracle. Bastion.
Bastion, there.
Rocketeer.
Sprung. Rocketeer, by that building.
I forget what I have to do here. Oh yeah, we're not even going in here. We need to go up there. I think I forget. I think I need to go all the way to the end and then climb up. Rocketeer, mind your own biz. Mind your own biz. Yes. Let's go. Okay. Is there a second thing there or no? Okay, perfect. All right, quick reset. What do we have on us? Didn't actually get anything crazy out of that. But we have some items. We have some items. If do I want to run all the way over there? We could extract there.
Let's go to the departure building.
What is... Oh, it was right there. Search 2 containers and the departure building exam room. Alright. I mean, just the cash value. We'll swap that for now. What is this worth? I mean, that also is $5 grand. Oh no. Okay, thought I lost it. Should we try to do it? Can maybe take the underground tunnels to get further over there. Is the bastion right here? See me. Should we go loot rocket assembly? Oh, no way. What the hell is going on? Okay. Yeah, right? Christmas miracle. Christmas frickin' miracle. Dude, I feel like the explosions are different. Alright, those have been looted. That was a freaking hay bale. Those looted. Come on. I know you can get up there. Frickin' hell. Quit messing around. Okay. I think let's go to this Raider hatch.
Head home at the East Trench hatch.
And we will come back in. Jesus. It's right here. We're out of here. We're out of here. Okay, okay. 50K. I'll trade 50K for a Raider hatch. Chat, we are back in game. Christmas miracle. Steve, thanks for the entertainment. I subscribed. Let's freaking go, legend. Don't forget to have some fun. Use those epic legendary items. You're the man. Much love. See you topside. Hopefully, I will not be shooting first. But if you won't hold it against you if you take me down topside. But yeah, appreciate it, bro. Have fun. Have fun. Get in there. Loved it. Loved it. Is everyone celebrating in Discord now? Let's see. Raider chat. It's back up. It's up. Server's up. It's up. No way. I'm in. My wife hates me because I just got out of bed. Bro. Is it really back up? It is back up. So far. So far. Hello, Scrappy. Hello, Scrappy. Okay, I forgot. This is the other thing I want to prioritize. Prickly pears and olives. Obviously we know where to get olives. I think I remember where to get prickly pears. On Dam, actually. In the residential. And then there's like some cactusy looking things? I don't know. But obviously we know where to get olives. 1 skill point. Okay. So we're using it on this. Yes. So that was, we were owed that skill point from the previous stream. And it, for whatever reason,
So
didn't
it's
give
that
it to
time
us.
of the year again, huh?
Tis. Claim.
I see. You can keep everything you found. Just don't tell Celeste
Yeah,
you've been
by the
rummaging around
cactus.
them on
Okay,
my
cool.
behalf, all right? I
That's
don't
what I
need you to
thought.
breathe down my neck. I have some other places in mind too. So come back soon if you want to pocket some more coin.
We'll do. Oh wow, look at this one. In 1 round. Okay, this looks like a lot, but you're really just reach the so go to the scrapyard. Search for a compass. Search for a videotape. I remember this quest actually. This is the one I did like 5 times because I didn't pick up the items each time. Yeah. Excuse me. Jeez.
If it looks like it mattered to someone, grab it. Don't break
Also,
it.
shout out.
This isn't salvage.
At least for the East Coasters, East Coast US. Merry Christmas. We're past midnight. Maybe we'll stay up and celebrate Christmas with each time zone and just go stream all night now that servers are back up. So, all right, cool. This one is certainly doable. So that's a dam. Okay, so maybe should we load into dam? Okay. Keep that. Sell that. I wish it told you what you were tracking it for. Tracked resource. You make me go in and figure it out. So let's see. Torrente. Let's load you up. Nice. All right. It's medium ammo, right? Yep. Excuse me. Need more shield rechargers. I do have some more attachments that I need to put on some weapons. Let's see. Is that, what is that? Sorry. Let me grab this while I'm here. And then light mag. Should we put it on Stitcher? Do I have something higher than a... Yeah. Oh, did that not? Why'd that not go on there? Clicked it too quick. Okay. I don't think I have any. No. Okay. And then Stitcher, and then kettle. And we'll add it there. I have 2 more. Jeez. Jeez.
Somebody take the smiley face to the animal. It helps somehow.
Yeah, we'll put it on this. Just gotta get these out of the stash. Okay. Grab our Torrente, which is fully modded out. What do I need to repair this? Advanced mechanical medium gun parts, which I literally just sold one. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, same thing here. Metal, oh. Okay, so these are easy to repair. Yeah. I mean, I have it. What up, skis? What is it to upgrade? Literally just metal parts. Metal parts and a simple gun part. Same thing. Even at level 2. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. We don't need to get crazy. We don't need to get crazy. Yamo? I'm gonna bring those in. Okay. Okay. Do I have any hatch keys? I have 2 more. I have 2 more. Oh, not that we're gonna stream for 2 more hours, 2.5 more hours, but the Raider deck comes out, I think, at 3 a.m. I think. Okay, let's repair this so we're full. Okay, where are we going? I assume I picked the right one. Cold snap. Damn. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. So how are we looking? Let's go. Shout out chat. We got 2 subs. So we are up to 99 subs on the channel. 1 away. 1 away from 100. Who wants to be the 100 sub? Let's freaking go. If you do sub, definitely let me know in the live chat, because YouTube doesn't actually tell you everyone who subscribes, unfortunately.
Hope you're close to the season,
so I don't know.
Raider. It's a good day for picking candleberries, but do beware of frostbite.
Oh, I thought I was gonna get lucky and literally get it in here. I mean, is this the... Just curious. Science. 35. So those are 1K a pop. Yeah. Interesting. So the agave is the thing for now. Okay. Do I hear a Raider cache? I do. Dude, where the heck is this thing? Oh my god. I was walking all over it. I knew it. I wasn't leaving there until we got that. Oh, jeez. Okay. 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 I guess we'll take these for now. Okay, let's jump back in here real quick. Reset. Let me check the map. Okay, where are we going? So we are not close at all to these. Is there another spot on Dam that I can get? Prickly pears, prickly pears. Man, the real spot is just, it's in the north. You can get them actually, we'll rotate that way. Essentially.
Let's head home at the Red Lakes hatch.
We're not going there, but that's the spot I'll mark. Oh, come on. Come on. Actually, let's check the wreckage. See if we can find a mushroom. What a slide. Epic slide, right? Epic slide. Mushroom. Getting cold. Did I just find another one? No. Hey, Raider. Friendly, friendly. Let me know if you're looking for anything, if I can be helpful. Cool. I'm getting frostbite. Getting frostbite. Jeez. This is not good. Where's the... Where's...
Yeah, I looked online. It says there's supposed to be spawns from over here, but...
Hey, bros.
Hello?
What are you looking for?
Candleberries? Oh.
Oh, I got some in my pocket if you need them.
I'm too stupid. Wow, they're really... Wow.
Yeah. Here, I got a couple more for you.
You guys seen any of the frozen raider cash stones? Thank you. No, I haven't actually. Okay, I'm just running around. I haven't come back here. Spent like 8 minutes trying to find one.
Yeah, I found one by my spawn, all the way in the south, but...
Yeah, so I'm probably just gonna keep rotating. Wait, how much points does it give you for just getting one for the trial?
Let me look.
Hey, y'all have a great day. Yeah,
Thank you. I mean, it says I'm 1,000 out of 0.
Okay, so you need to get 4 of them to complete it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that info.
Yeah, no worries. GG's.
Yeah, I wish you luck.
Cheers. Okay. Let's go. What's the time on this one? 7 minutes. There we go. I was gonna say, better be done. Okay. Go on. Let's get indoors here. Already looted. Move out for now. Oh, what is that? Burnt out candles? I hear another raider cache. I'm breathing in the chemicals. There it is. Where's that frickin' raider cache? It's in that direction. This guy's just on patrol here. Oh, jeez. Cool. Do I only have 2 minutes here? I do. Come on. Come on. I might have accidentally just left somebody right there, right at the end. But they didn't chime in. They didn't chime in. Good raid, good raid. Man. If that wasn't, no way. Servers are up, servers are up. I'm in. Confirmed. 2 raids down. I'm in. If it's not working for you, kill the app, kill the game, restart, reset your Wi-Fi. I don't know. I won't say do that, but we are officially back in. I am on PS5 though, so, and I'm in the I am in the US, East Coast US, so don't know if it's like a regional restoration or what, but helped bro with a couple candleberries. Alright. Didn't get anything for Scrappy. Might be. Working on it for you, Scrappy. I'm working on it. One more wasp driver. Synthesized fuel. Interesting. Okay, that's the closest. So I have to remember to. I am tracking it, right? Yeah. Okay. Just have to remember to keep that. Learn and consume. Keep that. Actually, we should just go turn that in so I don't forget. Shell. Sell. Keep the mushrooms. So. Okay. Need some fresh stack here. Cool. And then here. Expedition. Turn that one in. Still need 3 more. Durable cloth. Alright. Durable cloth. Electrical components and cooling fan. This one. Do I have anything that recycles into like batteries or something? No. Yes. But we need those. It's just metal. I'm breathing in the chemicals. Okay, we're coming across those. I should maybe look it up, but like get a list of all the items that do recycle into electrical components, but yeah, we can figure that out. just to recycle in game. All right, back to Dam, and maybe it's Matriarch right now. Should we cold snap one more time, just because? Because should have brought in a key just in case. I'm waking up. Joey, did you get in? I don't know if Joey's still here, but hopefully it's working for you now. Clear. Let's go. Man. This has been by far the most views that I've ever had on a live stream. I think for a couple of reasons. One, because the servers are down. So many people aren't. Oh gosh. Are we having server issues right now? Why is this taking so long to come in? What is going on? No. But also, all the other streamers, the big streamers, are not on because the game wasn't working. And so I think everyone's like looking for somebody who is streaming our creators. So we were on, not playing, but watching that documentary. If you did miss the beginning of the stream, we watched the developer documentary for the making of our creators, which actually was pretty cool. PvE mode is on the way. Moses, what is that? Is that news? Are you dropping news? And is this me? Is this me again? Having issues? Dude, what is going on? What did that say? All of this because of what? No. Dude, what are we doing? What do we do? What do we do? In Australia, looking at the same screen. Was it working for you before and then it just stopped working again? I'm seeing people are replying saying it's not working again for them. Back down. Come on, again? Well, there goes again. Again? Oh, wow. Jeez. 0001 error code. Reconnect available. You have lost connection to your game server during the last round, but a reconnect is still possible, allowing you to pick up where you left off. If you do not want to reconnect, you will lose your in-game inventory. Like my weapons? Well, I ain't trying to lose my friggin' weapons. I mean, not that they're like anything all that special, but two level 2 guns with 3 attachments apiece. It's like 25k in weapon value. Oh, jeez. Come on. It was fun while it lasted. Just let me get back in game. Man. Whoa. I'm waking up. I feel it in my bones to make my system blow. Lehm. Nice. Appreciate it, Rusty. You were able to get in and play one. Okay. Man. Come on. You can do it, servers. You can do it. Breathing in the chemicals. All right. Well, not looking good. Jeez. Appreciate the likes, chat. And the subs. We are at 99 out of 100 subs. So close. It's just the first or the next milestone for the channel though. After this, 500 subs, next goal. It's a Manor Lord's night. Yeah, so I wrote that down. I saw you threw that in chat earlier. I added it to my games to playlist along with Kingdom Come, Schedule 1, Alan Wake 2, Jurassic Park the game, which was already on my list from before. Yeah, what is Manor Lords? I do not know. Whoa. I mean, are we just watching trailers all night? Should we pick up where we left off actually? Let's do this. In the meantime, we'll keep checking this and jump back in as soon as there we go. We're going to pick up back on this documentary.
So Ark machines above ground, humans below, but what does Ark actually stand for? Well, we're not entirely sure. It could simply be a reference to the arc-shaped lines that are shown on the radar screens when Ark are entering the atmosphere, and towards the end of each round we even hear the head of Speranza's security, Shani, saying Ark's on screen, which could easily fit with that. Or it could be an acronym for something like Alien Robotic Craft, which I suggested in a video a long time ago. However, there is some key evidence for the origins of the Ark machines, which suggests they're not.
Wait, Manor Lords is Elden Ring? It's like Elden Ring Manor Lords. Here. Let's. Did your game go to? It did. Yeah, we got those 3 raids in, and then we just went down. I'm gonna just double check it though real quick as I pull up another tab. Dude, Gingy's still in a match? Just seeing other... Wait, what happened? The screen go completely black? Are we getting placed back in, actually? Mine's black too. The I swear it just wasn't there a second ago. But the oh no, it was there the whole time. Our little code there in the bottom right. It will ask if I want to reconnect. If you, yeah, so I already got that. Where it was like, do you want to leave or reconnect? And I hit reconnect. And now we're literally just on a fully black screen. Yeah, wait, what was I pulling this back up for?
There is some key evidence for the origins of the Ark machines, which suggests they're not of alien origin, but I'll come back to that later in the video. Back underground, it might come as some surprise that Speranza isn't entirely made up of raiders. In one of the opening cinematics for the game, after you complete your character customization, one of the characters narrating the piece says, "A lot of people down here in Speranza rely on raiders," implying that raiders might only make up a relatively small portion of Speranza's community, and that their value to the community is high because of what they bring back to base.
Makes sense.
As part of the very first quest you receive in the game from Shani, she says, "Look, if you're hoping to stay in Speranza, I'll need to know you can handle yourself up there," and she sends you up to the surface, which means you're pretty much told either you become a raider or you're out. So how did this situation arise, where Ark machines patrol the surface and a community of people live under?
There's a theory that the people who left Earth sent the Ark to kill the people who left so they can repopulate. So again, we're watching this for the lore, and now this video and the one before hasn't explained like that part yet. Like, did like, were there like rich people that left Earth? And is that the theory, that like those rich people are killing the people who stayed behind? Yeah, I don't know.
Underground. Well, firstly, we've previously been told during a developer presentation that the game's dystopian environment came about as a result of a global environmental collapse. We don't know too many specifics about that or a specific date for when it occurred, but we can narrow down a date based on some other details we have, which help to build up the overall timeline for us. The spaceport map is a location that we know was used during a period called the Exodus Age. This was when humans were committed to a mass exodus off the planet.
Just quick checking. Oh, there we go. Connection to game server lost. Continue. Okay, kick that back off.
Following the environment.
Oh wait, are we back? Oh, we're back. Okay. Okay. Good. Let's get in a raid before it goes back down again. Do we still have our stuff? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Let's just go. Let's just go. Starting to wonder if I should just do free loadouts just in case something happens, but yeah. Nothing here to see, nothing here to see. All right, chat, we're back in, we're back in. Gamers, try to get back in. Rich people and the smartest people. Yeah, see, this is why I need, like, I need the movie or the TV show. Cement this lore for me. Come on. Come on. Get me past this screen. It's taking a little while. It's taking a little while. Oh boy. Yeah, boy. Come on. All right, should we continue?
Mental collapse in an effort to survive. Some graffiti on the map, which was captured here by my buddy Meister, who runs the Ditopia Discord where I hang out. There's a link in the video description, so join us. The graffiti includes what looks like the year 2054, which if written in that year, would place the start of the construction of the spaceport buildings, possibly solely built for the planned exodus, no later than that year. A lot of the derelict technology found around the maps appears to be at latest from the late 1970s or early 1980s, which combined with that 2054 graffiti could narrow down.
Just got another timeout. We're gonna hit it again.
On the start of the environmental collapse as being sometime between about the late 1970s and 2054. So we have the environmental collapse, then the mass exodus, and then a period between that and the arrival of the Ark machines, and the date for that Ark arrival we can also narrow down. We're told on Celeste's trader profile that she survived the first wave of Ark machines. Adding to that, way back in late 2021, when Ark Raiders still had a PvE co-op focus, the game's website said this about Celeste. She was uprooted and abandoned and lost everything to Ark. Yet she picked herself up, built a new home, and forged a new family of diverse and skillful resistance fighters, the Raiders. I think that narrative could easily still stand. Celeste appears to be no older than about 40 years of age. And if we assume from that previous narrative info where we learn that
I mean, I'm 99% sure I'm going to be wrong on this one. I think she's an android. I think Celeste is an android. I'm just calling it. I think she's an android.
She lost her family, that she was probably a child, maybe aged between 5 and 15 when the first Ark attacks occurred. That would place the start of the first wave sometime between 2145 and 2155. And if the first wave of Ark attacks has been given a name, the first wave, then there must have been at least a second, if not more, waves of attacks, which we'd place between, say, 2155 and the current year of 2180. All of that time between Celeste surviving the first wave, arriving into Speranza, and then going through one or more additional Ark waves also provides her the time she would have needed to be seen as a valuable member of the community and eventually end up running the place. A few rounds into the tech test, another cinematic played, which told us about the Raider camps we see on the surface. The camps. Feels like forever we could spend our nights on the surface, when we still thought we had a chance against the machines. Precious few still believe these days. Now we cower underground, scramble over scraps, feels like a different world, yet the camps still stand. It sounds like these camps might have been built during or around the first wave of attacks and then abandoned when it became clear that ARK were winning the war. So we have this general timeline which also tells us that there was a period of maybe 100 years or even more between the Exodus age when humans were fleeing Earth and when ARK first turned up.
Just so you know, still getting these. We're resetting. Reconnect again. Does anyone know if I don't reconnect, if I abandon, do I actually lose my weapons? Don't know.
Up. Basically a dystopian survival phase for the humans that remained. And that leads us to a few questions. Firstly, during the Exodus age, why were some humans left behind? On that graffiti wall on Spaceport we saw previously, there's a few interesting clues. One line reads, "Fata spazio per tutti," which translated means "make room for everyone," and "uguaglianza per tutti," which is equality for all. It sounds like some people were being excluded from the Exodus, and this is also backed up by this graffiti on the buried city map near the spawn point.
Got it. So you don't lose your loadout. You potentially would just lose like any other items that you looted during the game. Okay, I don't know if that's gonna do anything, but I'll just do it on the screen again just so you guys can see. See if it brings that up again. Maybe we can try to abandon, close the game, restart. Abandon. What is this gonna do? What is this gonna do? Okay. Fine with that. Do I still have it? I do. Good intel. Good intel. All right, should we try to just freeload out this time? Let's see what happens here. So what makes you say that? So when you go to each of the raiders, like you go to the raiders tab and then you like cycle through them and they all talk. Celeste obviously lands actually as an android. Celeste, her voice sounds like ChatGPT. Like it sounds like a GPT AI voice. And so like my working theory is that she died in the first wave or something like that. I don't know. I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. But that is my thought. Okay, we are not getting in-game. We're getting a delay again here as well. Okay, we're gonna continue. I have this pulled up on the other screen.
On the derelict highway, which reads, "Solo arricchi vanno via da questo schifo," which translates to "only the rich leave this shit." It seems the opportunity to escape during the Exodus became a wealth-based thing, at a guess maybe driven by the companies that were providing the transport. Potentially supporting that is this almost Banksy-style graffiti seen on the dam map, which has fashioned the logo for Astra Aventuro, a company whose name could link it to space travel during the Exodus age, into a wolf biting down on a little girl.
Just got a server error again. Her voice is AI. Actually, all the NPCs, all the NPCs are AI voices that are from hired voice actors that loaned their voice but didn't record any official lines. Yeah, I figured that was the case, but I think her voice, and I'm abandoning the round again, and so maybe this will drop us back in the game. Yeah. So her voice feels the most AI. Like it actually feels like AI. So like we're gonna go to her last.
We've had to board up our skylights, so Art can't spot the glow of all these candles.
Like, feels pretty natural.
Not that I care, but is the soup any good?
I think pretty natural.
Got any burnt fingers you want me to treat?
I mean, obviously, Android, so we already know.
Have you tried making tea from candleberry leaves?
Okay. And then here's Celeste.
The light, the greenery. You can almost picture us living topside again.
I don't know. And now that I say it, is she gonna say anything else?
I'm all ears.
No, I don't know. Yeah. If I'm right, remember, heard it here
At the end of
first.
the day, you can't eat coins.
As I cycle through, though, I feel less confident in my claim. But, oh, I can buy these here. What do I need? 3 of those? It's for a workbench, though, so. How many do I have? I mean, we have them. Should we do it? I think I need 3. Let's see.
We'll put those to...
Put those to good use. Explosives. Yes, yes. Cool. Alright, let's track these. Laboratory reagents. I really wish that when you're doing all these other things like workbench upgrades and scrappy upgrades, like the expedition, that you could load in or commit individual items. Like when you're doing these, you have to have everything. So you have to store all those things in your stash that whole time too while you're gathering. But whatevs. It's a component of the game. Okay, so that was our first. I need tick pods too, I guess. Okay, should we try again? Freeloading? Maybe I'm right. Probably wrong. But maybe I'm right. Dude, let's go. 100 subs on the channel. Somebody just subscribed. Don't know who it was. If it was you and you're still here in live chat, drop a comment down in live chat. Say what's up. First big milestone for the channel, crossing 100 subscribers. Appreciate it. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me. We're just having fun here playing. Trying to play some Arc Raiders tonight. But we've been having a lot of fun over this last month or so. Jumping into Arc Raiders, playing some other games here on the channel. A lot of fun. Just the beginning. Yeah, this is a little unfortunate for Christmas Eve. Now Christmas. Nice. Thanks, Rusty Nuts. Let's go. I appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, I think we're gonna go back to our dock. Keep learning a little bit more here.
Perhaps a symbol of corporate control around those wanting to escape Earth. And we also see some graffiti that reads "Aurorare resistere," which is enlist, resist, the tagline that Arc Raiders has had since its very first trailer. Maybe originally this phrase was about the poor rising up to demand the opportunity to leave Earth for everyone, and the phrase was eventually repurposed as a call to arms against Ark during the first wave of attacks. Somewhere in the middle of all this, droids appeared. We see one of these amongst the traders as the sassy Lance, who perhaps slightly macabrely also has a couple of defunct droids sitting in the back of his workshop. Maybe he's like some weird droid version of Dr. Frankenstein, who replaces parts of his own body with bits from other droids he's found lying around the Rust Belt. A couple of droid bodies could also be found lying on the spaceport map, so perhaps, originally, these were intended for use during the Exodus, maybe as spaceport workers or security, which could also have come in handy if some people were going to be excluded.
So when this video was shot, because again, this was 7 months ago, he probably didn't know about Stellamontis yet. And on Stellamontis, that's where, there's like even those quests to go track down those androids and loot them.
From the flights off Earth. Lastly, as I mentioned earlier, where do Ark come from? Are they alien? Are they human-made? Well, if you inspect some of the Ark parts that can be looted when they're downed, you can see human letters and numbers on them. So this presents a couple of narrative options. What I think is the less likely is that the spaceships that left during the Exodus were intercepted by aliens and the parts repurposed to build the Ark machines. I think it's
we got an abandoned round again.
More likely that either a renegade faction or the
I'm going to keep this playing, but I'm going to click through and just try to load back in again.
Entire group of descendants that left during the Exodus have built the Ark machines and are using them to do a couple of things. We know that the Queen guards a harvester that's sending resources back into space, so there's definitely a supply aspect to Ark's presence, but maybe they're also making ready for a safe return to Earth for their owners, who want to remove any current inhabitants before they arrive.
Interesting.
So they're not faced with...
You know, the other thing too, so like when you're in game, and then I think it's when the clock hits 10 minutes left remaining in each round, you hear whoever it is, Shawnee or somebody, come on the radio, and they say an Ark orbiter is inbound. And, you know, like, there's also this idea, and again, it's not loading in, this idea of the map, like, blows up, right? At the end of every round. So, like, what is happening there? Is that an Ark orbiter, like some big, like, Star Wars style galactic cruiser that is coming in and just like bombs Earth and destroys it each round? Question mark. I don't know.
With an immediate civil war against some battle-hardened raiders. And if that's correct, I think that makes for some very interesting narrative paths that Ark Raiders might take as a game in the years following its release. Thanks for watching all the way to the end. A big thank you to the members of my channel for their ongoing support, especially to Linksy, who is my first Black Tier member. Thanks for joining, Linksy. And also thanks to Embark Studios
Linksy
for having me as part of their content creator program. Both are greatly appreciated. Do the usual YouTube business if you want to see more videos from me from now on. Give a like or comment as you see fit, and enjoy the rest of your day. Kia kaha. Stay strong.
Everybody knows.
Let's go. Okay.
Right.
Shout out Rockhound Black. Give him a like and a subscribe on that video. If you're watching on replay, there will be a link for that video down in the description below. We are trying to load back in, but I don't think it's working. I think what I might do is actually close the game after this one. Yeah. In the meantime, should we watch this one? This one's a bit longer. And actually has the most views. It's only a month old, so it came out like right at release date-ish.
What's up, Meta Nerds? This video will be a complete breakdown of basically all of the lore on Ark Raiders so far. A lot of this is pulling from the official wiki, as well as stuff in-game, part of the world building that can just be deduced from the environment, and it'll be clear when some things are speculation, theories from characters in-game, and or from the community of players. Before we jump in, I just want to stress how beautiful it is when any piece of media can make your engaging with it add to and enhance or reinforce the main message of that media. Of course, first and foremost, it has to be a fun video game, but there are some deeper themes to appreciate, and it's a story that is best told in the form of a video game. The PvP in the game reinforces the story. One of the simplest ways to explain the mystery of what's going on in Ark is a worldview of the elites that left the world, some breakaway civilization, and they send these Ark bots back to callously scavenge through the planet, destroying things and basically looting. The robots seem like soulless, devouring monsters, but after being killed and robbed of your loot one too many times, will you two not give up on the romantic idea that every player can get along and we can all take on our shared threats and build together? Don't you just end up operating mostly on your own, or with a very small group of tight-knit allies, utterly unconcerned with the wishes of any of the other raiders you come across? We find ourselves in this self-perpetuating cycle of retributive violence, and those humans who fled into space during the Exodus were not the first in human history to look out for their own needs. They didn't start the cycle, and you and all the Ark Raiders are victims in a way, but you also victimize. Just as only a very small group left Earth, and they're doing everything they can to survive in the hostile, unforgiving setting in space or on some planet, it makes it so that us, the player, are doing the same thing. And this is a bit of speculation, but I do think they're setting everything up for some sort of selection process, that the humans of the Exodus are using this chaos to find great warriors. Topside is a battleground, and those who thrive in this chaos will be selected by these heavenly forces.
Okay.
It's a concept as old as recorded history, seen in all the religions all over the world, but with this futuristic technology, it's literally true. Only a chosen few will be raptured up into the heavens, because for as many ways as these Ark machines seem like an obvious enemy, there are also confusing details where they seem to aid people in very subtle ways. These new rulers, the lords or archons who literally live up in the heavens, and where like some king of old would redirect a river or chop down an entire forest, these space-age lords have mechanized slaves, stripping the whole of Earth in order to serve their needs, and have crafted this sort of crucible to test the mettle of the raiders, to see who has the right combo of all the traits, being ruthless enough to survive, but still able to work together and coordinate on larger goals, all things that will make you valuable in the eyes of those lords up in heaven, those humans who left during the Exodus and who may be behind the Ark themselves. But with that, let's jump into the complete lore of Ark Raiders. Generations ago, a global environmental collapse.
And just real quick too, again, if you're watching on replay, there will be a link for this video down in the description below. Go show Meta Nerds Lore some love, like this video, subscribe to the channel.
Devastated old Earth, leaving only.
And by the way, getting network timeout, so I closed the game completely, and yeah, now I'm getting sort of separate network timeout issues.
A few scattered pockets of habitable land in its wake. What remained of humanity clustered into makeshift enclaves amid ruined cities and small tribal camps, fighting to rebuild some semblance of society. In time, these survivors managed to claw back a fragile civilization, a period later known as the hopeful era of Sunrise. In the Sunrise years, places like the Alcantara Dam provided rare lifelines. Its hydroelectric power and water gave settlers a chance to thrive again in an otherwise blighted world. And for a moment, it seemed humanity might overcome the collapse. But that dawn was soon again swallowed by darkness. For as long as anyone can remember now, machines have rained down from the skies onto Calibretta's surface, machines known collectively as ARC. And though no one is certain what this stands for, given their role, it may be something like automated resource collectors. But they would also literally arc across the sky. Some accounts say that survivors gave them this name because on radar, their drop pods trace arced trajectories as they descend from orbit. They first came to Earth without warning at the beginning of what we now call the First Wave, shattering the Sunrise era's short-lived optimism. Unfeeling and relentless, these robotic invaders fell from the stars and began to harvest the world's resources by force, ravaging the land and killing or scattering any humans in their path. Calibretta's hardy survivors mounted a desperate resistance. For a decade, bitter fighting raged across the so-called Rust Belt region, as improved militias and raider bands battled the Ark onslaught. The invaders came in many forms, from small, unassuming scout units like surveyors, to the feisty ticks, to towering, multi-legged behemoths that dominated the battlefields. Each variant was a new horror, but through grit and sacrifice, the humans learned how to hunt these machines and even repurpose their parts. And at great cost, the first wave was eventually held back after 10 arduous years of war in the Rust Belt. Legendary battles from this period have since passed into folklore. The shell-scarred Battle of Alcantara Dam, where the power plant, once a beacon of hope and sunrise, became the site of some of the conflict's most harrowing last stands. The dam's reinforced concrete and hydroponic domes still bear the scars of those final firefights, reminders of a victory that was hard-won and bittersweet. By 2170, humanity had seemingly halted the Ark advance, but the respite was short-lived, this false dawn before an even darker storm. Barely a few years after the first wave's end, the machines returned with a vengeance. What survivors thought was a defeat of Ark turned out to be only a brief pause. Ark forces re-emerged in greater numbers and strength, initiating the so-called second wave of invasion. This time, humanity could not hold the surface. One by one, the hard-won outposts and strongholds fell as Ark rained down again from orbit. And facing extinction, the people of Calibretta made the only choice they could. They retreated beneath the Earth. In the early days of the second wave, around the mid-2170s, a massive effort was launched to carve out refuge below ground. Beneath the ruins of southern Calibretta lay an extensive network of natural caves, ancient infrastructure, and derelict subway tunnels. Desperate settlers flooded into these depths, and subway stations became shelters. One resourceful young survivor named Celeste led the founding of a subterranean haven called Speranza. Built into the buried remnants of an ancient city swallowed by sinkholes, Speranza began as an independent settlement for those fleeing the surface assault. Its name, Italian for hope, became a beacon.
Bro. Fact check confirmed. Nice.
For humanity's last stand. Over the years, more survivors trickled in from across the Rust Belt and beyond, expanding the settlement through collapsed basements and train tunnels. Eventually, these linked neighborhoods grew into the underground city of Toledo, a patchwork of secluded districts known locally as contradas. Each contrada occupies a different portion of the buried metropolis, separated by distance and rubble. And together they form this uneasy quilt of human habitation hidden beneath Ark's gaze. Life in Toledo was harsh, but it offered a mostly safe refuge from topside's many dangers. Up above, Ark forces roamed largely unopposed across a desolate surface. Below, the survivors fortified their new home as best they could. Speranza's security teams, led by veterans like Shani, sealed off entrances and established defenses to ensure no Ark unit could easily burrow or track humans underground. Each tunnel entrance was barricaded or booby-trapped, and all access points were carefully monitored. For a time, the underground city held firm, but resources in this subterranean sanctuary were woefully limited. Food, medicine, tools, and fuel all were in short supply. If humanity was to survive long-term, hiding would not be enough. They would have to venture topside in search of supplies. And thus it's out of this necessity that the Raiders were born. Even with lethal Ark machines ruling the surface, a handful of brave souls still dared to venture topside. These scrappy scavengers, the Raiders, became the lifeline of Toledo. Raiders risked the Ark-patrolled wasteland to retrieve the scarce supplies and technologies keeping the underground city alive. They learned to move in small groups or alone, striking quickly and fading away before Ark reinforcements could swarm them. Every foray above was a deadly gamble, but true survival demanded this risk. Raiders hauled back food caches from collapsed buildings, siphoned fuel from derelict vehicles, and salvaged vintage electronics and medical supplies from the husks of their once glorious old world. Most crucially, they harvested components from destroyed Ark units, exotic alloys, power cells, and circuitry, using the enemy itself as their bloodline, feeding off the enemy. And the community could study and repurpose them, and it wasn't long before Raiders achieved a sort of hero status. For their efforts, they would earn extra rations, equipment, and the deep admiration and respect from those they helped sustain. But we also see the infectious nature of evil. Topside is a deadly free-for-all. While there is order enforced in Toledo's tunnels, above there is no law but nature's. No morality beyond survival of the fittest. Raiders from different contradas often view each other as rivals rather than allies. As Toledo's neighborhoods grew more and more isolated over time, Raiders became possessive of their turf and the resources within them, often turning on fellow humans in competition for loot. And once it's begun, the cycle of retributive violence runs on its own. Many bitter rivalries had been settled by force in the ruins above. Ambushes over supply drops, skirmishes over choice scavenging grounds, and the underground security forces rarely intervene in these topside feuds, so long as they don't threaten Toledo directly. After all, the Raiders knew what they signed up for. Like a gladiator in this arena, there was unmatched glory and riches to be gained from venturing topside. But death was also inevitable, and this has bred a cutthroat edge in Raider culture. Of all the things in limited supply, trust is the most scarce. Clever Raiders are on the lookout for machine and their fellow man, even their own supposed comrades. But that isn't to say that there isn't a sense of rough camaraderie amongst the Raiders. Among those who repeatedly face death on the surface, there is a deep bond that can form. Raiders share tips on Ark patrol patterns, trade rumors of new machine types, and collectively celebrate each small victory, like downing a particularly fearsome Ark sentinel or discovering an unlooted cache. Resourcefulness is the Raiders' trademark, and over time they have developed ingenious methods to survive topside, like taking advantages of phenomena like the storm, an especially violent sandstorm that once battered the Rust Belt for days. During the Great Storm, the savviest Raiders hunkered down safely, knowing Ark units would be as disoriented by the blinding sands as humans were. And indeed, many of Ark's most menacing machines temporarily retreated while the storm raged.
Just heads up, I'm still getting network timeouts. Can't get into the game. Tried shutting it off, turning it back on, not working. Just hitting retry in the background.
In the storm's aftermath, Raiders guided new refugees to Toledo and scavenged freely in areas Ark had momentarily abandoned. It's opportunism like this that has kept humanity one step ahead of total extinction. But now let's look deeper at the hidden city of Toledo itself. Nestled deep in the Rust Belt, Toledo is not one cavern or bunker, but rather a network of neighborhoods stitched together underground, what the locals call contradas. Each contrada occupies a distinct zone, like a collapsed municipal block or a section of an old metro line. Some are very small and insular, little more than a few families sheltering in a half-flooded basement. Others, like Speranza, the oldest and most well-known contrada, are bustling hubs of activity with markets, workshops, and cantinas built into former transit stations and maintenance tunnels. But most neighborhoods do function as isolated communities. Security and governance in Toledo are decentralized. Each contrada has its own security detail, and local elders or captains who manage day-to-day affairs, from ration distribution to resolving the inevitable conflicts. There is no unified city government in the traditional sense. The pressures of survival have forced a more communal, ad hoc style of rule. In Speranza, we see Security Chief Shani overseeing defenses and coordinating with other neighborhoods when threats arise, while Celeste provides overall guidance and mediation, respected as a kind of informal mayor by many of the underground dwellers. But importantly, of course, not everyone sees her that way. Other contradas have their own figures of authority, Relations
Why?
between districts can be tense,
Because
as isolation
she's
breeds
an android?
mistrust and resources are always on a knife's edge, leading to friction at least and firefights at worst. But still, in crisis moments, like a cave-in endangering one sector or an ARC breakthrough attempt, Toledo bands together quickly. The mantra, enlist, resist, can be seen on many a tunnel wall, reminding all of this human unity which is necessary for survival. Travel and communication between contradas and between Toledo and the surface depend on a few ingenious systems engineered during the early days underground.
There it is. That's the sewage tunnel that I fought the Leaper in.
The primary lifeline are the tubes, a network of tunnels and old transit lines spanning the Rust Belt and beyond. Raiders have moved through these tubes using transport capsules launched from stations called slingshots, and each neighborhood maintains its own slingshot station, managed by local security and operations teams. When a Raider crew is set to depart topside, they board a metal pod which is pneumatically propelled through the tubes, shooting upward like a bullet and delivering them to a surface exit point far from Toledo's actual location. These hidden egress points, sometimes disguised in derelict barns, hollowed out trees, or in the middle of remote wastelands, ensure that even if ARC observes a Raider emerging, it cannot easily trace the path back to the underground city. And returning home safely is just as critical. Raiders cannot simply clamber down the same tunnels they exited. Doing so might lead an ARC unit straight to Toledo's gates. Instead, they rely on remote-operated cargo elevators hidden around the surface. At the sound of a distinct beeping, a Raider knows an elevator is incoming. It's their ticket to extraction. When called via secure radio, these freight-sized elevators rise from concealed shafts, allowing Raiders to load themselves and their haul. For security, the elevators are controlled by operators back in Toledo using patchboard consoles, and they
I wonder if he's gonna say it, but like, if this is what we take to get back down to Speranza, why would we not take these up as well? Question mark.
They only deploy if the coast is clear. Once aboard, a quick descent carries the Raiders into safe underground corridors, while the elevator shaft seals behind them. This system lets humans disappear from ARC's view without ever revealing Toledo's precise location. And to sustain the underground population, Toledo has developed a nascent economy centered on salvage and ARC tech. Raiders deposit much of their surface loot at field deposits scattered around topside, which are special pneumatic delivery points. By placing recovered ARC field crates into a depot's mechanism, a Raider can instantly send the package back to Toledo for analysis, and in return, they receive a stipend of valuable supplies or script credits as payment. And these field crates actually are a mystery of their own. Sturdy ARC-made containers said to be accidentally dropped off by malfunctioning ARC probes and couriers, and they are eagerly snapped up by human scavengers. To me, this points to it all being a game, orchestrated by some off-world forces, turning topside into one massive arena. It's all sort of one big test or selection process to identify the most capable survivors, those with the perfect mix of luck, resolve, planning, cooperation, and ruthlessness, all in the proper amounts. But once a crate arrives in Toledo's small research labs, technicians carefully study the contents, be it ARC power cells, weapon components, or data cores, and it all moves to improve the settlement's technology. Nothing is wasted. A burnt-out ARC circuit might be repurposed to fix a radio, an alloy plating could reinforce tunnel walls, and a cannibalized ARC sensor might become an alarm for approaching enemies. In this way, the very machines sent to eradicate humanity, they become humanity's salvation. If humans are crafty enough, they could become the very means of our liberation. Now let's take a look at some key figures and factions. Celeste is widely regarded as a symbol of hope for humanity in Toledo, the charismatic leader who keeps the flame of resistance alive in the darkness, a survivor of the first wave, and the visionary founder of Speranza. Those who meet her describe an energetic, compassionate woman with an iron resolve beneath her warmth. As the
Also, like, what's going on up here? Like, it looks like it's like almost like an astronaut helmet enclosure. Yeah, she's an android.
Informal leader of
confirmed
all Raiders, She shoulders the burden of maintaining morale even as Ark attacks intensify and losses mount. Few see the toll this responsibility takes. At night, Celeste is often awake into the wee hours of the morning, furiously strategizing over maps by lamplight, or throwing darts at a battered board by the bar to clear her head. Her resolve was forged in personal tragedy. She has lost what she to clear her head. Her resolve.
Yeah, so it is. It's like some helmet that I think secures into that thing. So it's, yeah, I don't know.
Or throwing darts at a battered board by the bar to clear her head.
But is she drinking at the bar because of...
Her resolve was forged in personal tragedy. She has lost what she called home multiple times to Ark raids during childhood. Ark destroyed her childhood home, and every time she tried to make a new home, those too were destroyed by these invaders. And in the first wave, her father was killed before her eyes. These painful memories left deep scars, but also hardened her will to survive. Resourcefulness became second nature, and by her teenage years, she was adept at building shelters, finding provisions, and uniting people under a common cause. This instinct all culminated in Celeste leading the creation of Speranza at the start of the second wave, when all the surface settlements were collapsing. To Celeste, Speranza is more than a refuge. It's a living being, her baby that she's nurtured, and she works tirelessly to keep it safe and thriving. Under her guidance, Speranza has grown to the nerve center of the Raiders' operations and the broader Toledo community. But she is also not blind to looming threats. With Ark's power growing, she fears even the underground may not remain safe forever. But she's always developing contingency plans, and even plotting a full evacuation deeper into the tunnels if Toledo ever needs to be abandoned one day. No matter how attached she is to any one person or place, she never loses focus of the main goal, which is humanity's survival at all costs. And then there is Shawnee, the security chief and Ark expert. She's described as the sharp-eyed sentinel in the shadows, the head of security for Speranza, and arguably the most paranoid person in Toledo, a title she is very proud of. She's a former surface scout who has turned her obsession with detail and danger into an invaluable asset for the community. She brags that she has contingency plans for her contingency plans. She's considered every threat imaginable. In the wall scribbles in her office detail evacuation routes, booby trap placements, and rotations for sentries. And as Speranza's resident Ark expert, Shawnee studies every piece of intel on the...
Question mark? Are we back? Freeloady? Freeloady test? They're just giving us false hope, chat. They're giving us false hope. Let's see. See if we get in game. I've been getting network timeouts, even just loading the game to get to the menu, so some progress, question mark. If we hear our shield recharge, we know we're in. Let's freaking go, chat. Okay, we're back in the game. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going?
Hey, Tenwen here. Listen up. Remember, you're looking for a first wave battleground. There might be junk around, but look for anything that stands out. Go to that location.
I mean, while we're here. Dude, what the heck? Nothing. I think actually we'll go out this way. Getting a lot of heavy ammo. I'll leave that. camera. Yo, we are back. Dubs in the chat, we're back. Let's go, react. Let's friggin' go. Alright, we're looking for prickly pears and mushrooms.
Don't shoot!
KO Raider! Servers are back, let's go! Heading to look for prickly pears. Good luck. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. Just never know. Okay, sick. Which ones are lootable? Oh no, we're getting... Are we getting that glitch? Oh no. Now with everything going on today, I'm like, is this me or not me? Okay, this sucks. This one? Oh, jeez. Oh, come on. We're in game. Let me have fun. Agave. Should I take it while we're here? Okay. Why don't you take it? Because we're 10 feet away, that's why. Guys, this is so sucky. Oh my god. How far away am I? Am I? Am I out of range? Yeah, I guess I am. No. No. No, did we get faked out? We got faked out? Dude, this is so rough. This is so rough. I know we're like trying to force our way in there, but I don't think it's me. Oh, wow. That hasn't worked all night either, though. Okay. Was able to harvest.
This is Shani. If you spot one of the surveyors, try to stun it before you engage. They're said to be full of rare Arctech, so we might both come out of this ahead.
Come on, just give me a prickly pear. just walking out in the open. Like, I don't even know what my real location is. Oh my, no way. Dude, look how far I am. Let's try to go up here. Dude, I'm sorry. I know this sucks. Now I'm all the way back here. No way. Are we good? That feels like it just reset. Kinda feels like it just reset. A Rocketeer on somebody? He's right where I'm trying to go, though. Ooh, ooh. Prickly pear? Little prickly pear for me? Spring. Oh, jeez. It's right here. No. Nope. Behind. Here? Come on, give me one. One time. One time. One time. You missed on all of your shots. You just suck. You absolutely suck at this. Need to look for those freaking cactus plants. Oh, oh. Oh, 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 prickly pear, prickly pear. Let's freaking go. Okay. Should we go?
Let's go to the domes.
Here. Try to find. Do I need more? I only need 3, right? Are these more of them? I guess while we're here, let's just make sure. Another prickly pear. Another prickly pear. Another prickly pear. Cool, cool, cool. Not what we want to see. Not what we want to see. Come on. Come on. Really? Making me drop it? Alright, let's go. We have, I think, 10 minutes, right? Oh, this is last extract here. And I need I think I'm just dropping that, unfortunately. I think I'm dropping these. Okay, because I need that, and then I think I'm gonna take a stack of this because I'll be able to get more. Oh, JK, I need. Air freshener. Oh, that was what I dropped. I get so much fertilizer. Already got looted. Cool. Cool. You didn't see anything. Dude, yes. Okay, looks like it's just the one. Okay. I need to get out of here, right?
The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes. Head home at the central swamp lift.
Hey, Raider. Get out of there. Get into safety. You looking for anything? Can't hear your mic. No. Moving. Rotating. Moss. Don't need it. Gonna go find a cheeky mushroom real quick. Dude, what the heck? Why are there so many of these? Let's go! Oh geez, dead body, you wanna loot him? Oh, alright. had some stuff on him too. Jeez. I saw electrical components right there at the end. El Solidio. El Solidio. I don't know if that guy can hear me though. Alright. And we're back in the game. Let's friggin' go. I'm gonna say loved it. I am going to say loved it. Sheesh. Tell me we're having a server issue now. And I don't get back in with my stuff. No. No, if I don't get my prickly pears. Please, just give me my prickly pears. This sucks. This sucks. It's working this time. It's working. I can feel it. Let's go. Dude, I felt it. I felt good vibes right there. I felt really good vibes. Okay, let's see what we're keeping. Yep. And then we can sell. Okay. Once we get to a certain point, like we're selling a lot of these items instead of storing them. But on these we can sell, right? Right. So yes. I need shield recharger. Oh wait, are we gonna go in with free loadout again? Yeah, I think so. Say hi to Scrappy. No, I needed 6 prickly pears. Well, good thing I actually kept looking for them. And then I need 6 olives. Sheesh. Alright, are we going to Blue Gate? Skill point. Confirmed. Trader.
I smell success.
Yes.
Those arc parts did some serious damage, huh? That opens up a lot of possibilities.
Okay, so the other thing that I don't think I noticed last time, or I didn't do it this way last time. This time, I threw the fireball burner, and it hit the pop, and then it exploded, caught on fire, and then the pop still seemingly had to run through it. When I did this the first time
those
round,
hornet stings can really mess you up.
Oh, you actually
if
do
you're
have
unlucky.
to do that with
And even if you destroy one, you're still wasting a ton of ammo. I've been working on a more elegant way to bring them down. Here, take these latest designs. Without those hornets ruining our day, we'll stand a much better chance to fend off Ark.
Dang. Okay. We could get lucky and just, you get snap blasts on free load-ins, right? Question mark? I think so. We'll just do it when we get it on a free load-in. At least for tonight. Okay, let's go to Blue Gate. Let's try to get a good spawn in the Olive Grove. Yeah.
Let's go to the Olive Grove.
Hey, Apollo here. Here's a tip, Raider. Hornets tend to hover. If my designs hold up, that's the perfect time to stick them with an explosive or two.
Good, good. This is fabric, right? Okay, got a snap blast. Nice. Dang.
Hornet, there.
And we're getting tempted with one. Right out of the friggin' gate. Are they both hornets?
A wasp.
I thought that was a wasp. Do I want to do this? Jeez. Should I just wait for him to control his way back over here? Alright, let's make our way down here. I know we're gonna come across another one, so. Oh.
Right behind you, mate.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my god. Rocketeer. Oh my... Dude, did I not freaking see that? What in the hell? I think we just got wrecked. Dude, now I should have used the friggin' snap blast. Can I slide down here? You gonna slide? Slide, bro. Quit crawling. Too far. Too far. God damn. Okay. Back to Blue Gate. Dude, what the heck, though? Come on. Come on. Meow. Not good. Not good. Let's go, Rainer. Alright, where are we spawning? Okay. Opposite of Blue Gate, but is that an olive tree? No. Lemon. Okay. There are olive trees here, though. I need to find one so that I can remind myself what they look like. Wait, am I actually? This is the area.
Go to the village.
I'm running the wrong way. Is this an olive tree? I think this is an olive tree. Apricot. Too tall. Aerator. Looking for whatchamacallit? Olive trees? Do you know what they look like?
It's just getting some babble.
Kicking all these and they're all lemons.
Yeah, just go through. Also somehow.
Is this one? Well, no shortage of frickin' lemons and apricots. have so much nature on us right now. Oh well. Before I leave, just grab a stack of these. I think I'm too high.
Let's go to the village.
Just gonna double check. Dude, what the heck?
A rocketeer. The village.
Should we go to the other spot? That is literally all the way up here.
Let's go to that location.
Surely that rocketeer is not going to follow me. Shirley. Don't call me Shirley. Found the Lance's mixtape. And the silencer blueprint. Friendly. YouTube. Keep forgetting. It is Christmas. So this is... Oh my god, I thought that was a guy standing right there. Big pile of rocks. Is that an olive tree? It is. What am I dropping? No interact though? That sucks. So, big, thicker tree, taller, olive branch looking tree. Okay. Should we try to make it here? Should we maybe try to go back this way?
Let's go to the village.
And look for that type of tree now that I know it's a bigger one? Like, is that? No. Round. Medium height. Dude, what a slide. Big slide, big slide. That Rocketeer is being a pain, I see. Slash I hear. Oh, Raider hatch. I don't know why I'm searching this, but I just have a good feeling. And so far, it's not paying off. But the loot on the 3rd floor is going to be incredible. Watch this. Oh, and we're looted, and we're already freaking looted. Jeez. Jeez. Everybody's dying out there. Everybody's freaking dying out there. By the way. Fertilizer. Is that a full stack? 3? No, 5. Okay. Is it already out? Must be already out.
Don't shoot!
Hey, oh, no worries. Just looking for an olive tree. Round, medium height. So like now I know these are way too small. Like that could be one, right? These have like double trunks though, so I don't think that is it. Oh, just realized I was talking out loud. Sorry. We have 10 minutes. Ouch.
Hey, don't shoot!
Hey, all friendly. Is this one? It is. What about up here?
Head home at the cliffside air shaft.
Okay. I think we'll take that. 2. We'll take 2. Okay, calm down. Yo, friendly. I'm running in.
Your entry path is open. Move now.
Let's go. GG, boys. Merry Christmas. Nice. Not gonna lie, that felt a little sketchy. Felt a little sketchy. But we will say loved it. Sure. Hello, Scrappy. Okay, we're gonna go 17 more minutes, maybe one more raid. Maybe 2 if it's a quick one. We'll see. I want to see. Just like, are we gonna get the Raider deck right at 3 p.m. or 3 a.m.? Excuse me. Sell. Oh, forgot we got that. Lemons. Consume. Save. Oh, we're full? No way. Can I expand? For sure. Let's go. What's the next one at? 130k. Okay. Okay. I think we have 3 more. 3 more stash upgrades. Should we do a custom loady? Let's see. Sure. Just double checking. Just double checking. Let's bring in a stack. And we'll bring in a stack. And we'll bring in a stack. Do I still need to do the? I do, right? So maybe bring in some snap blasts. Shield. And sure. Swap you for a bag. Should I bring in? I'm gonna bring in a Raider hatch key as well, just in case. Lego. Lego. Man. So this is Christmas. Yes. So we need 4 more olives, and then prickly pears, but there's not prickly pears on this map. Since we're here, are we gonna go loot this? Hail, friendly.
Hello.
I'm about to clear this room if there's a turret here. You wanna...
I'm just for niches in walks.
Alright, cool. Watch out. Nice.
Alright, see you, Ben.
Alright, bud. You need help? On chat. And not anywhere in there. Dude, we are so fat right now. We are so freaking fat. It's, I mean, it literally has to be there. This is the horror suitcase. Clear this out. Okay, what is... Man. We going here?
Let's head home at the prefab hatch.
Or normal hatch?
Head home at the warehouse air shaft.
Dude, does he see me? No way. No. Circle back. keep any arc. 2 stacks of metal. The hell is he shooting at? Shooting at me. Not at me, but... Oh my god. Come on. So frickin' fat.
Raider identity confirmed. Proceed with transport protocol request.
Fingers crossed.
Calling grid rerouted. Rotors decelerating. Just one moment. All power safe for transport.
Okay. Okay, okay. Good raid. Excellent raid. 64. My goodness. We were quite encumbered. Loved it. I cleared that entire building. Didn't find the Bobcat blueprint. Didn't find it. Alright. Should we go back in? I actually still need the olives, so... What is this source I go into? Wires. Just gotta check them all one more time. Wires. What about this one? This gotta be electrical. Yeah, okay. Ooh, and 6 of them. Jeez. Okay. Recycle those. Recycle those. What was that again? Fried motherboard? So, here we go. Okay. Back in. Any little half stack? Alright, let's go. Lego. Come on, just do something nice. Okay, and by the way, Merry Christmas to West Coasters. Merry Christmas. It's 3 a.m. Eastern for me. What a Christmas indeed. What a night. Clear. Alright, where are we? We will take that. We will take that.
Let's move to that location. Watch your backs, Raiders. The matriarch has been spotted near your location. Keep your wits about you if you decide to go anywhere near, and always keep a close eye on her children.
Oh boy. R.I.P. buddy.
Rocketeer, there.
Dude, that Rocketeer is before the Olive Grove? Is he on somewhere? Yeah, just going the long way. Dude, what is he doing?
A Rocketeer, over there.
Friendly, friendly.
Look, you can have whatever you like. I'm just looking for a supply drop beacon.
Did you find it? It says it's here at Ancient Fort. On the top.
I haven't seen one nearby.
Yeah, it's here. I see it. It's at the top of the Ancient Fort building.
I'm going to the top right now.
Yep.
Right here.
Here.
Oh, found it.
Yep. Good work.
Matriarch, there.
there? The answer is no. This looks like an olive. No interact. This is absolutely wild. There we go. Alright, that's 2. Get out of here. Dude, I think we're good. I think we're good, right? Dude, what in the hell? What in the hell? And this is more trees over here. There, that's one. I'm dead.
Head home at the Fragrant Hatch.
Feel free to exit. we going out here? Don't really need to use it. So I think maybe we'll...
Let's go to the collapsed highway.
Because we are literally moving in the complete opposite direction. Let's go check the bus. And then we'll go extract over there. Nothing. Nothing. Okay. Harvest some gray mullein on the way out. Not a very juicy raid, but we got our quest, or got what we needed for Scrappy. Take whatever's in here. Okay. Sure. So you're greedy. Check this little thing. Ooh. An old world barren husk. Nice. Just have to search it. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Saved our hatch key. Round feedback. Loved it. It is 3 a.m. Do we have the new Raider deck? Do I need to exit and then come back in? Let's see. Let's see. We're gonna close the game, relaunch. And we are gonna see. I'm quite curious. Quite curious. I'm also curious how far our 800 cred gets us. Because we did sort of time that pretty well. Oh wait, oh it doesn't come out today? Oh no, it comes out on Friday. Comes out on Friday. Yeah. Okay, so nothing there. So actually, probably could spend a little bit more. Alright, we do have a skill point. Let's use that there. Breaching takes less time, level 17, okay. And then Scrappy, let's check real quick. Okay, we need one more prickly pear, so let's go back to Dam. Let's go get our prickly pear. Let's go upgrade Scrappy, and then we'll call it a night. Okay. Damn. Let's go. If we get a prickly pear here, last game, LG. Okay, where'd we spawn? Oh.
Hey, Apollo here. Here's a tip, Raider. Hornets tend to hover. If my designs hold up, that's the perfect time to stick them with an explosive or two.
Sure. Double breach. Something good in here. Must be something good in here.
Wasp, by that building.
No way. That Hornet gonna come over here? I don't want him to.
Hornet.
Oh no! I accidentally released it. I didn't mean to. Let's go. You're telling me I didn't kill him? Did I get him? I missed again. I missed again. Oh, you're kidding. No, you're kidding me. Why did it... Dude, epic fail. Epic fucking fail. I thought a snap blast would kill those guys one shot. And then I actually just wasted 4. Damn. Okay, well let's get a freaking prickly pear to make ourselves feel better. let's go. Any more while I'm here? Nope. Okay, should we just get out of here?
Head home at the North Complex elevator.
Cool. Think that's a yes.
Hey, don't shoot.
Heyo, friendly.
Okay.
I'm gonna ride out with you. Lego. GG's, Merry Christmas. Bro. That's not in the Christmas spirit. Bow, bow, bow. Wait, was that with a snap blast? Did bro have a snap blast? Fuse grenade. Wait, no. Really? Yeah, fuse grenade? I swear I thought it stuck to me. Alright. You know, feedback. Lovely. Let's go say hi to Scrappy. Chaka. Yes. Scrappy, level 4. Love to see it. Alright, mushrooms, did I just sell a bunch of apricots? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, there's a great place on Dam to get apricots. Mushroom's gonna be the tougher one here. Buried City. Great place for comfortable pillows. At least one, sometimes two. Okay, we can do that next time. Let me train or track that though. What is? No. Prickly pear, prickly pear.
Every new arrival has a story. Let's give them the chance to tell it.
Alright. Frickin' Snap Blast. I missed 2. Not good. Not good. So I guess that's the thing though, is I need to shoot it once, do some damage, and then throw it. Or land 2. Or use a trigger grenade. Oh, it sticks? Trigger grenades stick? Did I not know that? Yeah, we'll try and do it with that. That's like another one that I underutilized trigger grenades, I think, the first time through. Mostly just sold them for cash. The bone grows. Moonstone Rooster set. Austral White Scrappy. Just stop. Just stop. The beachside set. Oh, new raider tool? Oh, right. Yeah, I saw that on the other thing. Jeez. Those lemons hanging low. Lehm. Okay. Alright, cool. I'm gonna leave it there. Wild stream. Absolutely wild stream. We tried getting in Arc Raiders earlier tonight, literally 5 minutes before we go live, before I plan on going live. Servers went down, global outage. My goodness, mayhem ensues. Nobody can play Arc Raiders on Christmas Eve. Phew! So we went through and watched the Arc Raiders development documentary that's on their YouTube channel. 3 episodes. That was really fun. Kind of reacted to that while we watched that through. If you missed that, feel free to go check out the first hour and a half, 2 hours of the stream. That was us watching through that. And then right there towards the end, the servers started to come back online. Kinda, sorta, kinda not. So we bounced through watching a couple of lore videos. And yeah, those were really fun. So I think a little bit of a better understanding of the lore behind Arc Raiders and like what all this is, other than just running and looting, right? Why are we doing all this? So yeah, shout out to those guys. I'll drop links to all 3 of those videos down in the description as well, including the playlist for Arc Dev Doc. Yeah, and it's Christmas officially now, at least for me. Yeah, so Merry Christmas. Appreciate you all for hanging out tonight. You know, part of the craziness was that for a live stream, this was, I was saying it earlier, by far the most views, individual viewers that have come in during a stream, over 500. And that's mostly, I think, because of all the server issues. And that, yeah, 2 things. Like, everyone that wanted to be playing Arc Raiders couldn't play. And everyone that normally watches all the big streamers, well, they weren't streaming because you couldn't play. So your boy stepped up, provided a little bit of entertainment. So, yeah, if you're still lurking out there in live chat, or you're catching this one on replay, or if you popped in live and you're picking up the rest of this and you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Big milestone, first big goal for the channel. We crossed 100 subscribers tonight, and yeah, so we're moving on to the next goal, 500 subs, that will be, we're gonna have to update, you know, we can do it live. Should we do it live? We have our little thing right, nope, not that one, not that one. We have a little thing right here. So goal, we'll change it to 101. 1 out of 500. Let's go. Move that over a little bit. How's that look? A little more? Yeah, love it. Love to see it. Love to see it. We'll do it live. Updating the sub goal live. So, yeah. Appreciate you guys. Ton of fun. Another long stream. I swear we're not going to do like these long streams all the time, but yeah, you know, when the time is right and we have the time on some of these late night streams, depending on day of the week and all that, we can go a little long. We can go a little long. So yeah, like I said, if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Make sure that yeah, I don't know. I mean, God, it's so freaking late. It's so late. Just do all the things. Do all the things. We're having a ton of fun here. Looking forward to growing the channel. So, like, comment, subscribe, do all the stuff. If you do have any feedback for the channel, especially like as we're small and still growing, I do welcome that. So, either live chat or comment section down below. Any videos, feel free to, yeah, let me know what you're thinking. Any feedback for the channel, any games to play here on the channel, I'll add them to the list. I actually have this pulled up here from earlier tonight. A couple games got mentioned tonight, added it to the list. So we will see, but yeah, super long night. I'm tired. It's Christmas. Time to go get some sleep. Open some presents in the morning. Let's go. All right, chat. Appreciate y'all as always, and I will catch you, you know, but actually before I say catch you in the next one, the plan, probably not going to be streaming tomorrow. Probably. If we do, maybe late. Yeah, so I don't know. Keep an eye out on the channel. We might go live tomorrow night with a little Christmas stream. And then Friday, like I said, and we figured it out again, the new Raider deck drops. And so I want to drop all our cred into that, and then, yeah, then we can just keep pushing through. Per use. So possibly tomorrow, definitely Friday, probably Friday night. And then Sunday we'll be back as well, but playing Jurassic World Evolution 3. Possibly. Depends on how it goes. Possibly completing that campaign and the game. Because my plan right now is really just to complete the campaign, and then most likely going to move on to the next game, which we do need to figure out what that's going to be. So, all right, I'm going to leave it there. Yeah, like I said, I'll catch you in the next one, which might be tomorrow, might be Friday. Either way, I'll see you all soon. Peace.